Hello everyone, we are finally here with our post-Stormblood finale. I am your host, Iblis, and we're here, finally finishing this up. Get bodied? What'd I do? What'd I do? And hello Lethal, hello Nem. Good to see you both. Nothing, just saying? Okay. But yeah, we're gonna be finishing up post Stormblood tonight. I've been playing, as you know, a good chunk of this game off stream. We currently just have patch 4.5 and 4.56 left to do, with one more dungeon, and then otherwise that's it. We might dip our toes into Shadowbringers maybe tonight, or at least I'll maybe see like the first cutscene or something like that. I don't know. But anyways, we got Miss Alize to talk to. Oh, and I guess for people who may need a recap in the story, even though I know most of you probably know what happened, basically every Scion is more or less dead. Y'shtola, Urianger, and Thancred have apparently had their the souls plucked from their bodies. Alphino is off in Garlemald. And Lise isn't a Scion anymore. So yeah, that's more or less it. But let's go ahead and get started. Also, we will be running to the Gold Saucer in a little bit.
I'm glad you've come, though I'm afraid there's little in the way of good news. After you left, we reached out to both the Alchemists Guild and Stillglade Fane and attempted all manner of treatments. But the results were always the same. Whatever the answer is, it's not alchemy or conjuring. Why did it have to be Y'shtola and Urianger and not me? Out of all of us, they are the ones who could feasibly have solved this puzzle. And Alphino's still missing. God, it's all going wrong. Where do we even start?
Alize, it's okay. We're gonna figure it out.
A grave situation indeed. Might I be of some assistance?
Kryle? Hey, let's go, Kryle. How's it going, girl?
Kryle, I did not think you well enough to travel. When word reached me of the plight of our friends, I could not well stay away. As a fellow Scion, not to mention your erstwhile mentor, this is one of those times you should feel free to call on me, regardless of my personal circumstances.
Man!
Yes, I should have thought of that. Thank you for coming, Kryle. We would welcome your insight. And I should be happy to provide it. Now, what's this I hear about Alphino heading into Imperial territory? That boy always did have some funny ideas. Do you remember the speech he gave when he was accepted to the Studium?
Oh my god, talking shit on him behind his back.
My life's goal is naught less than the salvation of this star.
I think I like the Warrior of Light's expression there. It's like, what the fuck?
But the fact of the matter is, he meant every word and has lived his life accordingly.
I like that expression.
Yes, he remains altruistic to a fault, but I'm worried he was too fixated on his goals to see the dangers, as has happened before. You needn't be so concerned. Though his values remain the same, Alphino is not the blinkered boy he once was. Slowly but surely his eyes have been opened, thanks to a certain someone. A certain someone whom he'd be mortified to learn had heard about his little speech. Mum's the word, eh?
I want to bring this up to Alphino. You have no idea.
Right, I'd better have a look at our patients. They're in the infirmary, I assume. I'll need absolute quiet, so it would be best if I did this alone. If you'll excuse me.
I don't like the silence.
All three are in fine physical health. At a glance, I would say they were merely sound asleep. Except for the fact that I couldn't sense the slightest trace of them in their bodies. It's as if their souls have taken leave of their physical forms.
This part, yeah. It's the very end of this patch, but yeah.
Made a similar observation. I've read the report. When you heard this mysterious voice, you described feeling as if you were somewhere else, yes? If we assume the ether which comprises your essence is being drawn to some other place, then it may be possible to follow the trail it leaves behind, just as we did in our search for Thancred.
I wasn't around for that, but I can't imagine it was easy.
Oh, it wasn't. But that's no reason not to try. I will have need of Master Matoya's crystal eye if I'm even to make the attempt. So, I suggest we pay her a visit.
God, we haven't seen Matoya in a hot minute. I kind of forgot she was a character. By the way, before we go ahead and see Matoya, we're going to make one quick pit stop to the Gold Saucer. Because we need to go and check up on our tickets and see if we got anything. Probably not, but still worth checking. We want Cactopod, that's right. Participation. Participation. Oh, 4th place. Alright, I will gladly take that 4th place. Oh. Let's purchase some other jumbo tickets. You know what, I did... Let's just press the dice. Now we head off to see Matoya. I'm 600k away from getting money from the Gold Saucer. Hello, Kyla. How's it going? Oh, geez, that's a lot. I actually spent a little bit of my saucer points for the first time to get the Claws of the Beast. I think it was in the Chief Bunny's tights. I think is what I picked up. But at the same time, I haven't had, huge numbers, especially since I've only been able to get, or participate in Fashion Report, twice in my entire time playing this game, so... But hello, Kyla. Hope things are going well. Welcome, welcome. Appreciate you stopping by. Also, why am I stuck? But I don't even know what the 2 million mount looks like from the Gold Saucer. I've just been kind of trying to stockpile points and never really, spent a lot. Even though there are things from there I want, but I'm being stingy about my points. from a statue you see in the fashion report. Oh. I heard Master Matoya was something of a recluse, but this seems extreme. Still, I'll happily overlook her eccentricities if she agrees to help us. Alize, I don't think you exactly get to make the choice on that one. You just kind of need her help in general. Besides, alright. I can't wait for Matoya to rip Alize apart. I love you, Matoya.
Oh, I mistook you for young what's-his-name, but I see now you're the sister. Weren't you supposed to be the lively one? I've seen happier faces at a rain-sodden burial.
Jeez.
Well, I'm sorry to dash your expectations, but the situation isn't exactly conducive to gaiety.
That's more like it. Stoller used to spit and hiss like a wildcat too. Better for a young thing like you to be filled with fire and leave the doom and gloom to your elders.
Oh my god, I love Matoya. She's so good. I think Matoya's actually just such a well-written character. It's charming.
What does this tragic situation of yours have to do with me?
If I may, Master Matoya, we have need of your crystal eye once more.
You know, Matoya is like so well-written. I love it. She is just a sassy grandma. She's like, what the hell are you kids doing sad?
And Stoller is one of the inflicted, is she? Very well. She may be an ungrateful stray, but she's my ungrateful stray. I'll see her buried before I am.
That's, oh my gosh, she's so good. I love this character. I wish we saw more of her.
Right. Let us see what we can see. I'll begin from where our friends first fell, and cast my senses out from there.
Hey TJ, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Glad you could stop by. You joined us in the middle of a cutscene. Oh, I don't like that face, Cryle.
Did you find them? This doesn't make sense. How is it even possible? How is what possible? Cryle, what did you see?
Doesn't stream. Hello, like, how's it going? Welcome, welcome.
The threads, they just ended. And no, I didn't lose track of them. I followed them as far as they went. It's as if they were cut off.
Damn, on a PS3 here, you're on a PS2. Alright.
Could their ether have dissipated if it had? Oh gods!
Their bodies are just husks. It's like the broodmother's daughter all over again.
No, this is different. The Kalyana girl was already dead, body and soul, when Lakshmi effected her resurrection.
Aye, let's not jump to conclusions. If their physical forms yet breathe and show no signs of wasting, then it follows that their souls must still be intact somewhere.
But where?
That's the question, isn't it, girl? Death has not taken them to the ethereal sea, yet there are no tracks left for us to follow.
So where did they go? Oh my god, lagged.
We're no closer to an answer than when we started. But knowing their souls are still out there is progress of a sort. We just have to keep looking.
Like, you need to calm yourself.
Pray, excuse me a moment. Yes? I remember, but... What, to Alamigo? We're on our way. That was Lise. Apparently, a group of Populares have defected to Alamigo, and Maxima, the envoy Alphino left with, is one of them.
Oh, okay. There's a lot going on.
I'm sorry. I realize we've barely begun here, but...
Go, child, go! You've made up your mind, and life's too short for dithering.
I'll do some digging in the meantime and see if there isn't some other method we could use to continue the search.
Let's go, Kryl.
Let's be off then.
Oh, not again. The enchantment barely seems to take these days. I chalk it up to old age, but I rather doubt it's that simple.
Oh, even Matoya's magic is being affected.
Before they took ill, Y'shtola and Urianger were sharing notes.
Only more witch hats.
Happening all over.
Does it now? And here I was, all set to blame my woes on that creaking mountain of refuse clogging up the valley. I fear something has gone awry.
Yeah, no, there's like a lot of witch hats though, and you will see a good chunk of them in this game.
From starting in shadows, you can only do what can be done, and that but one thing at a time.
Some of those. Oh, absolutely, yeah. But I mean, there's a lot of like Walmart-looking hats. All right, I remember when you do this quest and you have to fight all these orchid flies. So that was the woman who tamed Y'shtola. I had the distinct feeling of being grabbed by the scruff of the neck and having the nonsense shaken out of me. When Alphino was back, I like to visit again and ask her what tales she has of grandfather. And obviously we're checking the money. I almost can't bear to hear what Maxima has to tell us. But it can't be bad news, can it? Lise would have said, unless there's no point speculating. Lise said she notified the guards of our coming, so we should head straight to the palace gate at the Alamegan Quarter. We'll be praying for good news. Learn what you can about Alphino's plight, and leave the search to our friends as lost souls to me. Yes, I kind of wonder why Maxima wasn't with Alphino, realistically. Like, I kind of assumed Maxima was just dead, but if he's not, then that's just as good. Your sign is the commander told me to expect you. Shall I show you in? Please.
I'm sorry to drag you halfway across the realm, but when Maxima mentioned Alphino, I thought you'd want to hear the news in person.
Saint-True just looks like a bundle of cash. Shiny Saint-True is really cute. I just like Saint-True in general. Hello, Mr. Maxima.
We meet again. Though I was hoping our reunion would be under more auspicious circumstances.
What happened to my brother? Where is Alphino?
Calm down, girl!
Never fear, my lady. Your brother was in fine health when I took my leave of him, and I have no reason to assume that has changed.
You assume?
If you will allow me, I shall endeavor to explain events. Our troubles began not long after we departed Doma. While crossing the burn, we were fired upon by the Emperor's personal guard and forced to make an emergency landing.
This ain't gonna happen. I mean, you're right, but also, like, you will learn about the third eye. Or, like, I guess only I can just say it's a third eye, but like you'll learn about that later.
As we stumbled from the wreckage, our attackers fell upon us again, and we would have perished there and then were it not for the intercession of a third party, a band of mercenaries whose leader claimed to pursue a vendetta against the Ascians.
Okay. Oh no, that's right. They explain they want to hunt the Ascians.
Styled himself, then escorted us out of the wastes to relative safety. Upon arriving back in civilization, I gathered my Populares colleagues and prepared to flee the Empire. Master Alphino, however, declined the invitation to join us, preferring to continue his investigation into the Ascian threat.
Well, at least he's not lying in a heap in the burn.
At least now she's
More
chill.
about these Ascian hunters. Who are they? And is Alphino still with them?
He is. As to who they are, I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you. Beyond the fact that they root out and destroy Ascians, they were unwilling to divulge anything which might serve to identify them. They would not even reveal their next destination. But Master Alphino asked to accompany them all the same. Since parting company with your brother, we've been engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the Emperor's guard. We made our way through province after province, finding the army busy restoring order wherever we went, until we finally arrived here in Alamigo. I cannot thank Commander Aldin enough for giving us such an unexpectedly warm welcome.
I'm not inclined to turn away refugees, no matter which land they call home. And if they can tell me how things lie in Garlemald, all the better.
Fair enough.
On that
Thank you,
subject,
Robon.
there is much I would tell you. During the course of our journey, we heard tales that an entire rebel army had been slaughtered in the space of a single night. It would seem my former comrades grew tired of putting down uprisings in the conventional manner, and chose instead to bring a formidable new weapon to bear. Details were sparse, but the rumor alone was enough to dampen the flames of rebellion. I have also heard reports that several companies have withdrawn from their designated provinces and begun marching westward. It is my assessment that the Empire's forces are mobilizing for a large-scale military engagement.
That's not good.
Westward? You mean they're getting ready to invade Alamigo?
We knew this was coming, but not that it would be so soon.
We've barely even begun to shore up our defenses. They won't stop an invading army.
No, they won't.
I mean, is the Alliance gonna help? Are we gonna turn to the Alliance?
The Alliance leadership requesting reinforcements.
Okay.
Send word to our officers in the field to hasten completion of those border fortifications. Prepare to meet the Imperials head on. No matter how quickly we act, we still want for time. When the enemy comes into view, our best recourse will be to open negotiations with their commander and see that the ensuing proceedings take as long as possible.
Would you and Alize head to Doma and let Lord Hier know about this? I'm sure he'll want to hear about Alphino too.
You got it, girl.
Consider it done. We'll send word when...
This again?
Untold sorrow must
I got things.
Throw wide the gates.
Hey, Trish, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Hey, let's go, Lex. Let's go.
Well, at least we're both still standing.
Oh, thank the God.
Hydrate, you got it, Lethal.
Lost you for a moment there. Why does this keep happening?
I wish I knew. Nothing we've tried has brought us any closer to an answer. We'll keep working on it. But first, we need to go and see Lord Here.
So Alphinaud is safe, for the present at least. Now all we need to worry about is a full-scale Imperial invasion. I'm actually glad he's tasked us up with visiting Lord Hien. Better to be dashing from place to place than sitting around stewing over things we can't change. To the Enclave. Who would race to get into Leviathan, a pogged-up streamer with hundreds of hours of 14 experience for one sleepy boy? I mean, I'm already in, so I don't know what other streamer you might be talking about. Okay, no mail. Cool. I just had to check. Of course. Oh, I mean, getting to Leviathan compared to, like, I mean, I know, like, Nick is waiting to, like, for world visiting, because he's probably not going to transfer into Leviathan, but, like, rather just do, like, a bunch of world visits. Also, funnily enough, I'm actually farther than Nick at this point in 14. I will admit I always appreciate this music whenever I have to fly around, like, this part of Stormblood. Service will be the coolest thing. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm bugging Nick to actually just get done with Stormblood, so like when we reach Endwalker together, like we can actually play it. Because I'm really looking forward to skipping Shadowbringers. No, okay, I'm probably going to get done with Shadowbringers before Nick's going to get there. Nick is still in Stormblood. Like, I'm going to play Shadowbringers, and I even said in, like, my announcements channel, like, yes, I intend to stream more Shadowbringers. Making the bad jokes good. That better be a bad joke and I just missed it. But I will be streaming, like, more of Shadowbringers. I don't know how much of Shadowbringers I'm going to stream, but I will be streaming more of it. Even helping the Enclave. Oh yeah, I've been doing the Four Lords quest because I figured it would just be like fun content to do. I tried finishing it today, however, getting it queued for Seiryu was like impossible. Like the queue said like, oh, it'll take like 10 minutes to hop in. I'm like, all right, I expect like maybe 20 because solo DPS is absolutely awful. I didn't even get in after almost an hour. So I was like, I'll do this another day. I waited almost an hour for a Seiryu queue to pop, and it never popped. Like, even following the numbers, like, we didn't even fill up on DPS slots. Like, it was awful. I didn't mention that to FC. I was just trying, like, I wanted to solo do it. I wanted to do it solo. This is an optional trial while people plays with silent. Hello, Zach, and yeah, it's optional too, which doesn't help. And plus, I know like a lot of people probably just skipped out on it after like getting the hum emote, because the hum emote is the one before it. Yeah. No, I want to do it solo because like I like learning some of this stuff solo. Like I had a lot of fun with Suzaku solo. Like we wiped 3 times, but I had a blast doing it. Greetings, my friends. I was just discussing future endeavors with the members of our newly formed alliance. Yeah, like, Suzaku was, like, such a fun trial, like... So, like, I just wanted to do it solo. That's kind of why I wanted to do Seiryu solo. Like, I said it before, and I'm saying it again. I still think that Stormblood content is just Chef's Kiss. And Stormblood still is currently my favorite expansion. And I'm kind of holding to that right now. The Kojin and the Confederacy you already know. And it was your own strength of arms that won us the cooperation of the Steep Tribes. We have also been joined by our neighbors of Naxia and the indomitable citizens of Domaska. And the scattered nature of the latter's resistance will somewhat delay their official induction. Yeah, no, that is part of it. Like, I've been I actually like doing just some content solo. Like, dungeons I don't mind as much with friends, because, like, it's just a dungeon, like, whatever. But, like, at least, like, some of these, like, trials and stuff, I'm like, these are just fun to figure out. Like, when I did Tsukuyomi on my own time, like, it's not that Tsukuyomi's hard, but I was like, oh man, I figured it out on my own. I felt good about it. Also, thank you, Virus Notification, for letting me know I have no viruses. Like, I felt like probably figuring out Tsukuyomi on my own. Like, I felt, like, really good about Suzaku, even though we wiped a couple times. And, like, I'm looking forward to Endwalker being like, I can also do that stuff with friends and be like, none of us know what we're doing. And I'm looking forward to that. These proud peoples have united under a single purpose: to stand against the tyranny of the Garlean Empire. Not our Garlean Empire. We are no longer part of the Garleans. I'm glad to see your alliance is coming together so swiftly. As things stand, I fear we shall soon have need of your strength. If you get to Shadowbringers Post 5.5, you'll be joining us for that new content. Hello, Har. I know a girl did poison the Sultana for the coven for Garlemald, but that was Ian that said it. But yeah, I do want to try and catch up in Shadowbringers, but we'll see. It depends on how fast I can actually get through it. But at the same time, progress will be slowed because I want to stream more of it, so I will probably not be I can speak, I promise. I will probably not be getting through content as quickly as I did, because I will be streaming and therefore going slower. I thank you for bringing me news of Alphino. His fate is never far from my thoughts, not only because he is our emissary. As for the sudden development of Imperial forces, I agree that Alamigo would be wise to shore up its borders with all haste. Yeah, I'm actually curious, like, why, like, the Pog emote just hasn't been changing. It's just been, like, the snake for a couple days. Because, like, I thought, like, the point of the PogChamp emote was to change, like, every day. Every report we receive from our shinobi indicates a massing of troops in the western provinces. It seems all but certain that the Empire is poised to bring its fist down upon Eorzea. And I would help deflect that blow, but I cannot risk sending reinforcements just yet. We will remain vulnerable to airborne assault until our wall in the Barton is in place. Apocalypse was a meme during the era of good text power. Oh. Okay. That I did not know. The all-important Allegan energy barrier. So no, they're in the power champ. Okay, so then I kind of like the change every day, but I get it. It's fair enough. The energy barrier. Yes, I thought to call it something more auspicious. Drawn from the forlorns of legend. Perhaps Saryu's Aegis or some such. Well, just the... Hey, I'm doing this content. The Ironworks engineers report that they have finished calibrating the generators and are ready to proceed to the testing stage. Have you time to attend the first test? You've seen the field protected as a slot firsthand, and I would be interested to hear how you think ours compares. It's realistically new pop. It would be unrealistic of it. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Like, I just figured, like, I don't know, like, probably like within Twitch, you could just have, like, it shuffle among, like, a pool, and it randomly picks one every day, but I guess if you have to eventually stop it, because I don't know, like, if they just have, like, a bot that can automatically do that, or if they manually have to go in and change it every day. I will come too, if you don't mind. Though I know you're Stola, I may be able to offer some insight. The raid solo your first fairly long queues. I'm used to fairly long queues, especially as a DPS player. If you're mid-raid side, this is the point in the story where it's like, aren't you supposed to be doing that side quest thing right now? Oh, that's great. Of course, time being of the essence, it would be best if we made it directly for the burn. You, Giri, I leave you in Hakudo to bring the war council to a close. Understood. Your mounts are saddled and ready, my lord. Where are the storms? Let's take that money. I have a bunch of food. Wow, this is actually the middle quest of this patch, dang. You'll cross the burn by Yol and Falcon, as before. Join me at the Overlook, near the House of the Fierce. Man, I want to do this, like, Seiryu fight, but... Oh, I will probably just have to try tomorrow. Because even Suzaku took a hot minute to get a Q for. I want to try it. It's hella lethal. Step on the snake. Get the word when you're ready to take wing. Let's head to the burn. And Lethal, I saw you for a second. As you were teleporting away.
It seems the engineers have matters well in hand.
I don't know, you came out. Right.
Should the barrier work as we intend, Doma will be free to reinforce her allies in Alamigo without fear of weakening her own borders.
You know, like, the burn was interesting. I liked it, but I've only ran it once, and I ran it as a DPS, so it wasn't the worst thing I've ever done.
Honored friends, the time has come to put your hard work to the test. Start the generator.
At some point, I just want these guys to be like, hold on, it's not ready yet. You give us like 2 more days. Also, I just noticed a thing. Hold on. Did I crop? Oh, well, you know, I'll do it after cutscene.
Node 1 is operational.
Actually, no, I can do it now.
2 to 8 are reporting similar energy levels.
I think I need to do it one more. There we go. That should be okay. And if it's off slightly, then...
1,000 yards. 2,000. 3,000. Expansion remains smooth. No fluctuations detected. 4,000. 5,000. Target altitude reached. The barrier is holding steady at 5,000 yards. We've done it.
Is that an Imperial airship? Of all the rotten timing.
I mean, hey,
This is a
field
gift,
test.
Mistress Alize. They can test our new wall for us. Seems solid enough, though I was hoping for a fireball.
I was hoping to burn it down. Are you kidding me? Hello.
By the gods. It's Alphino. What are you? Let me go! He has my brother!
Lower the barrier.
Aha, we saw Alphino a little earlier than I expected.
The lad is not dead, merely locked in slumber.
Oh, did he experience the same thing?
No, not him too.
We could identify no cause and found no remedy. Thus I sought to return him to Doma, and into the arms of Lord Hien himself, it would seem.
Him? I mean, I know nothing about Mr. Shadowhunter here.
It is a day for fated reunions. Would you not agree, adventurer? Or should I address you as the Warrior of Light?
Have we met before? Oh. And I heard a follow notification. Oh, I missed it. See no skills, Emperor. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, wait. Huh. Guys?
I, Gaius van Baelsar, the Black Wolf. That was the title I was given. One I have long since relinquished.
Oh. And another follow notification. And Horse of One dies! What the shit? Oh my god! Thank you very much for the follows.
Iblis, can you hear me? It's me, Kurumi. I've come to tell you to put a shirt on. It's the only way you'll save the world.
I didn't know Kirumi was channeling herself through Har. So thank you, Kirumi, for the 5 bits. Unfortunately, I do not believe I can put a shirt on. Also, thanks to you both for the follows. We are at 198 out of 200 before 1 month of streaming. We are almost there. Wait, are those actual spoilers? What?
Such DEVESTATION.
Thank you very much for the 20 bits, TJ. And you know what? Before I'm just gonna delete those. Don't know why that's not. Oh, why can I not? Why am I not able to delete some of these messages? What the shit? Hold on. Why am I so far back? That was okay. That was really weird. Twitch just kind of freaked out there. But I mean, while I appreciate the follows and all that, please do not just come in here and spoil things. That really ruins stuff. Obviously, I didn't read some of it and I didn't understand all of it in context. So yeah, don't please come in and say some of that stuff.
Stand down. The legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion died in Castrum Meridian. I am no more than Gaius Balsar, a man without rank or allegiance.
Impossible. There's no way you could have survived.
But again, TJ, thank you very much for the 20 bits. I do appreciate it. But yeah, please don't come in here and just come in and spoil things. That's not fun for anybody.
Do you remember how it unfolded? How I was deceived by La Hebrea? How I was convinced that reviving the Ultima weapon would allow me to bring peace to Eorzea?
Also, on the real, this is the most radical change they could have probably had for voice actors. To where if the game literally didn't spell out this was Gaius, I would not have assumed this was Gaius. Because then, like, they don't sound like anything alike. I mean, yeah, like, I don't know, because, like, it doesn't just sound even, like, close. Like, this feels totally different. And I feel like Richard Epcar... I'm even thinking of Richard Epcar, right? It's either... I always get Richard Epcar and Ian Sinclair mixed up for some reason. The production really shifts countries. Yeah, that's true. Hold on, I'm looking this up, because I remember, like... It's either Richard Epcar or Ian Sinclair, but I want to say it's Richard Epcar. Yeah, Richard Epcar. How did I come back to? Spoilers left. A lot of spoilers.
The Ascian used me, as he used so many others, all to further the restoration of his wretched god.
Yeah, we had somebody who just came in, tried to spoil like a bunch of stuff.
You bested me. And as the Praetorium went up in flames, I was content to burn along with him.
I mean,
for a moment at least.
If he goes on a spoiler spree like that again, I'd probably ban him, but at the same time, I guess I took. Wait, hold on. Isn't that a? You know, that's a rule that I straight up have. No spoilers.
A moment of folly. To surrender my life thus would have been to betray all who died for my cause. It was for them that I dragged myself free of the rubble and swore vengeance on the Ascians.
Yeah, I'm just gonna actually time him out.
The Black Wolf has shed his pelt, never to return to Garlemald or her legions.
Fuck, guys, I mean...
Exact revenge. My principal quarry was to be La Hebrea, whom I gather you have since ushered onto oblivion. But so many more remain. Long as their kind lurked in the shadows, laboring to sow chaos throughout our world, I would see each and every one dragged into the light and put to the sword. Are the Scions not of like mind?
In this single respect, perhaps.
Then I shall continue the partnership the boy began, and share what intelligence I have acquired. Among the Ascians, the Black-Masked Ilk are subordinate to those who wear red. This you already know.
Yes, it's the hierarchy. Okay, so black shirts red.
Yet among the red there exists a hierarchy. Those set adrift with the shards clearly stand below those still joined to the source. Nabriales, who once dared to intrude upon the Rising Stones, belonged to the former group. And while he was indeed a dangerous foe, his powers were inconsequential next to the paragons of the Source.
So the one that we killed the first time was weaker, okay.
The first was La Hebrea, who plagues us no more. There is also the white-robed Elidibus, and the elusive Emmett Selk, about whom little.
We have files on La Hebrea and Elidibus, but I believe this Emmett Selk is new to us. As I assume my brother
here.
told you, we have evidence to suggest that an Ascian now walks in the body of the Crown Prince. Have you identified this interloper?
Elidibus seems the most likely culprit. As emissary, it is his role to maintain the equilibrium between darkness and light. Your many deeds in Heidelin's name have upset the balance, and I believe he seeks to restore it by throwing his considerable power behind the Empire. As a leader of the Ascians, he is one of our primary targets. It was on the trail of this very prey that the boy and I came across the scene of a failed uprising. In the absence of a single Garlean casualty, we inspected the bodies of the rebels, and the lack of any external injury drew my immediate attention. They had been slain by Black Rose, an alchemical invention of the Imperial Army. When I yet served as legatus, I ordered its production halted, and all stockpiles destroyed. Toxic gas is not a tool of conquest, but of extermination.
Yeah, we did come across that. I remember that scene.
Toxic gas? This must be the new weapon Maxima warned us about. Something deadly enough to sweep away all resistance in a matter of hours. Gods. You don't think they're planning to use this in Alamigo, do you?
Put your fears to rest. We infiltrated the production facility and destroyed all existing stores of the chemical along with the plant itself. Even should they rebuild the operation, they will not soon manufacture another batch. Regardless, I would draw your attention to a directive we discovered in the plant's records. The document was marked with a recent date and authorized with the signature of one Zeno Ciegalvus.
A dead man signing the death warrant for thousands. 'Tis bad comedy.
But the tale does not end there. Within that same facility was a chamber filled with devices of elegant design. Cloning technology, we realized.
Oh. Oh.
And what should we find in each and every incubator? But a young Emperor Solus.
Ah.
All of which prompts the question, were the Ascians responsible for these abominations? Or was it the will of the Emperor? I must know which hand guides the Empire. Though I have given up my rank, I am yet a son of Garlemald, and I will fight for the future of my homeland. It is time I return to the hunting of shadows. We should focus on our common foe. To reopen old quarrels now would serve no purpose.
You saved my brother's life, so I'm willing to let sleeping dogs lie. But in truth, it's not my decision to make.
You know what? There's more important matters at hand right now than just dealing with this dude.
There was a time when I scorned those who placed their faith in false gods. Even as I, in my blinkered conviction, placed mine in Ascian promises. Unlike yours, my strength of will and my restraint was found wanting. We shall meet again, warrior of light.
I mean,
So
that was...
is the infamous Black Wolf.
Huh.
An unexpected ally, to say the least. Well, I am content to leave the fine-tuning of the barrier to cleverer minds. Let us bid our friends from the Ironworks farewell, and see what can be done for Alphino back in Dorma.
I'm mixed on that, considering that seemed like such a cool scene, but at the same time I'm still thinking about... Like, thankfully I didn't process a lot of those spoilers that those two just came in and started shouting, but I'm indifferent towards a lot of that. I'm very indifferent towards a lot of that. But at the same time, that was still, kind of scene. Often I was simply, sconed? That... He's going in the private chamber. My finest healer is examining him as we speak. It's probably the same thing as the others. Just guys things? Yeah, just guys things. Spoken with the physicians and there was no outward signs of illness. Alphino has lost his sleep from which he cannot be awoken. Just like, okay, yep, same as the others. It seems that even the lands of the Empire are not far enough away to keep the curse, or to escape the cursed voice. After the gates up. Alright, Kyla, thank you for stopping by. I share your frustration, Alize. I do, but often knows return to us alive and otherwise unharmed. All that remains is to find the means to wake him. Until then, you can fulfill your duties as a scion, yours and your brother's both. You're right, of course. There are arrangements to be made, and little time to make them. To business then, my lord. Now that we know Seryu's wall works as intended, can we expect reinforcements for Alamiga? You most certainly can. As promised, we will send troops to bolster our allies in Eorzea without delay. Pray be aware, however, that they will not arrive without delay. Save for some few boats who boast teleportation magics, the bulk of our force must be transported by sea, only the voyage for which the smaller vessels favored by the Confederacy are ill-equipped. Accordingly, I mean to enlist the assistance of the East Aldenar Trading Company in finding of suitable ships. As for navigating the distance in question, we are in the happy position of being able to call upon those who plotted the course of my people's exodus to Eorzea. Beyond the procurement of ships, I think it unlikely that our Aldenar. Jesus, I hate names in this game. Friends will consent to any involvement in military operations, and I am certain they will afford Alphinaud a berth aboard one of their vessels. I shall have a chariot accompany him every elm of the way to the Rising Stones. You have my thanks, Lord Ian. Yugiri, I will go on ahead to our friends to Alamigo. List all those capable of teleportation and put them at the disposal of the Eorzean Alliance as soon as possible. They will form for the vanguard. Yes, my lord. This is exactly what we'd hoped for. At least the Alliance leaders will be glad indeed to welcome the combined strength of the East.
Our supplies at Black Rose have been ruined, but the new plant is already under construction. We should have the first batch ready in time for the offensive, Your Radiance. See that you do.
Alright then.
Ah, yes, the infamous Black Rose. If I recall correctly, Gaius did not much care for the invention.
Hello, Solus, once again. You with your army of clones, apparently.
A ruthless and indiscriminate weapon indeed, this airborne poison. It seems you are capable of making decisions worthy of your bloodline.
With no gift for sorcery, we Garleans must look to Magitech to even the odds. If it spares the needless deaths of our soldiers and serves the cause of this empire, there is no method I would not employ.
So he died so old. Yeah, I mean, they said it's a young Solus, so...
How very noble of you. Truly, though, I must commend you for embracing your role as Emperor. You play the part of the determined ruler well. Sometimes even I catch myself believing.
I like how he just like had to pause for the well part. It's like, oh yeah, I have to sometimes remember you're the Emperor.
A silent agent of death. Now that I think on it, Black Rose may well possess the perfect aspect.
Oh, I know a lot of people really like Solus. Like, I've been talking to a couple other people, and they're like, if it wasn't for, like, X character, X being the variable, a lot of people have told me, like, that Solus would be, like, their favorite character. Or that Solus is tied for their favorite character. I'm like, that's actually impressive.
Slowly but surely, the deluge of light has worked upon the ether here in the source, and the gas should be most susceptible to its influence. Well, I shall leave you to your own devices. Go forth and bloody the land with your grand and glorious war.
While you do what, precisely?
God, I love this theme for Solus. It's so good.
exists only to usher in the next calamity. But you seem oblivious to the harm your singular agenda causes to the Empire.
To each of the planets, guys. Stop lost watch. Dang, that's. I don't know, because like I've been in love with the Stormblood story. Like it's been my favorite story. Heavensward, if anything, felt like probably the most disappointing story to me if I had to compare them all. So I'm hoping Shadowbringers lives up to a lot of the hype I keep having for it.
Our homeland was plunged into a civil war for your failure to name a successor. The edifice you so carefully constructed was but a hair's breadth from collapse.
Are you truly so naive? You thought me oblivious to the consequences of a departure so painstakingly timed?
It was by design?
Well, of course it was. Though I will admit the resulting panic exceeded even my wildest expectations. But how can you be surprised? Throwing the world into disarray was the very purpose for which this nation was, as you say, so carefully constructed.
I mean, Soul seems like a piece of shit.
If you have no further questions, I must be on my way.
Like, I love how much of a piece of shit he is. He seems just like a piece of shit.
Since we may not meet again in this lifetime, it would be remiss of me not to offer a word or two of gratitude.
Oh, wow. So he intends to just go off. Okay.
I really must thank you for this surplus of vessels. I can mold any host into my own image, but having bodies tailor-made for me in this fashion is so much less tiresome. You dabbled in Allagan cloning techniques, yes? It certainly is a compelling, not to mention entertaining, field of research. And of all the options available, you chose the founding father on whom to experiment. You have a twisted streak to you, Varus. Like grandsire, like grandson, eh? If events play out as planned, this will become something of a family enterprise. You will be the capstone of this world, I the anchor and shard, and together we will give the lie to this star's fraudulent existence.
God, I love that laugh at the end. That was just like a nice subtle laugh. It wasn't like over the top, but it was just good. Okay, so alright, we're actually approaching our dungeon and we're almost done, supposedly. Criminal Critus, Rogue Quest, Mighty Coil, Christ. Oh, okay. Just leave now to convene with the Arian's leaders, or Arian's leaders, and it must be some time, or no, maybe sometime before I return to Doma. Hakuro, I leave you in command. She's the head writer of Endwalker. Ooh. My lord, I shall assemble an advance party with all haste, and join you in Alamiga forthwith. I've just received word from Lise. The Alliance has established a base camp near Alamiga's northeastern border. Once you've arrived in the locks, We're to report to the resistance officers stationed in Porta Pretoria, who will point us in the right direction. Let's not keep them waiting. I just seeing everything I have from like all the hype for Shadowbringers and all that. I'm complete reaction with you. I was like, it wasn't like an over the top reaction. I will say that I was just kind of like, huh, all right. That was just more or less my reaction. Like it was about as like comparable to the reaction I just gave just now. Ah, he must be the sign-on party I was told to look out for. If you'll follow me, I'll take you directly to the Alliance headquarters.
Welcome back, you two. Greetings, Lord here. Glad you could join us.
Glad to be here. I would have come sooner, were our own defense is not in question, but I am pleased to report that our soldiers are assembling for deployment to Alamigo as we speak.
We're grateful for your support. Thanks to the efforts of our allies, it won't be long before we've established defensive positions on this front as well.
We have some good news too. Alphino has come back to us. As for the bad news...
Poor girl.
So, Alphino won't wake up. Gaius van Baelsar is alive and hunting Ascians, and the Empire is planning to poison us all with toxic gas. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, sounds about right.
Ordinarily, any one of those things would have left me in shock. But the way things have been lately, it's all starting to seem pretty normal. Getting back to your report, are we sure this Black Rose is the weapon Maxima was talking about?
It fits the description. And it seems we have Alphino to thank for sparing us an early demonstration of its effectiveness. I have a feeling this won't be the last time his bravery in the Empire will serve us here in Eorzea.
Whenever he wakes up. Whenever we wake them all up.
The threat of an unknown weapon has had us all on edge. But now that we know what we're dealing with, we can take steps to defend against it. As for Gaius, I'm not sure what to think. Am I happy he's alive? Not in the slightest. Am I happy he's hunting Ascians? Aye. I'd have to say I am.
The end of Stormblood and having all the Black Rose theories. I don't know, it just seems like a biochemical weapon.
You didn't expect to see. We have a tale of our own, as it happens. When we sent envoys to the Imperial Army to request talks, they returned with the message that Barissos Galvus would be attending.
Funny words, dancing gal.
The Emperor himself. Well, Varus did sanction the Popularis peace mission. But knowing that an Ascian walks in his son's skin, I do not see how we can trust him or anyone from that nest of vipers.
The Alliance would proceed with negotiations regardless, if only to give ourselves more time to prepare. We do, however, require your cooperation.
Right. Yes. So, as a condition for the talks to go forward, the Empire has requested that a member of the Scions be present. There'll be a representative from each Alliance nation, of course, But I'm afraid we have to ask that you come along too.
Gods, Lise. You know how much I hate politics. But then, what choice do I have? Alphino and the others aren't going to do it.
Oh.
Very well. I shall attend as the Scion's representative.
In case you're wondering why I didn't ask you, the Empire also requested the presence of Eorzea's champion.
Oh, okay, so we had to go either way. We'll be there. We will be there.
Then. We don't know what Varys means to bring to the table, or why he wants you there, but having you close at hand will make all the difference.
The meeting will take place on the border. Anticipating an early assault, we mean to position the bulk of our forces nearby.
The Alliance leaders should already be on their way. Once you're ready, we can head out and join them.
Now, I do wonder if it's just going to be a cutscene or if we're going to have a duty with this. I mean, we have a dungeon next quest, so I guess it doesn't have to be. Parlay with the Emperor. I'm gonna use the bathroom and then we will parlay with the Emperor, so I will quickly be right back, chat. Okay, I returned. We are back. Let's go ahead and parlay with the Emperor. I love how much angry he is compared to everyone else.
Esteemed representatives of the Eosian Alliance, on behalf of the Gallian Empire, I thank you for inviting me here today. As this parley was convened at your request, I invite you to speak first.
Very well, Your Radiance. I, Nanimo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, should be pleased to oblige you.
Girlians are big people. I mean, they are big people, but I just think it's hilarious, like, the height difference. Like, especially with the armor and such.
Alamigo and Doma have made plain. The subjugation and exploitation of neighboring nations is not a sustainable policy. Should this day end in war, you may very well defeat us. But you will never extinguish the people's desire for freedom. Though it may not be in our lifetime, there will be another revolution, another war, and the cycle will continue.
Be careful, Corfall's nearby, don't drink. Oh my god! We established that was another lifetime, or another timeline, lethal.
Of Eorzea, a partnership wherein we recognize one another as equals. Garlemald could be afforded similar treatment. You need only set aside your ambitions and join us in paving a path towards peace.
You will not win me over with sophistry, Your Grace.
Also, that face there don't exactly look quite right. That face don't look quite right. Cross heroes in the Empire.
As you know only too well, this alliance lacks the strength to keep the peace within its own borders. Even now, your struggles with the Beastmen continue unabated.
I mean, listen, if that was a Greek face, that'd be looking chiseled right, but that man don't look quite chiseled right.
Divided, you sow this fertile soil with the seeds of your differences and reap naught but discord and chaos for your trouble. Eorzea must be united under one leader, one purpose. I would offer you both and bring an end to your strife.
Chiseled. Listen, I ain't the sculptor.
With all due respect, Your Radiance, the only thing that you offered the people of Alamigo was fear and hopelessness.
The citizens of Dorma can also attest to the meager arms of imperial rule. There is no purpose to be found in a life of oppression, each day more uncertain than the last.
Bear's talking shit just like the Empire believes made bring chaos. Yeah, he's not exactly helping either.
Our people are willing to die for their freedom. A great many already have, and countless more will, if we don't put an end to this madness here and now.
We brought order and stability to your lives. This madness and bloodshed is of your own making. You broke the peace, not Garlemald.
Oh.
Peace. Order. You kill our peoples, despoil our lands, take everything that is ours. And what? You expect us to lick the boot that grinds our faces into the dirt?
I expect you to weigh the costs. To recognize that countless lives have been lost on both sides in pursuit of a greater good, and to not squander all we have achieved in a fit of petulance.
Unfortunately, has some points to shake the foundation of it. Why is this armor so extra? He's the Emperor, Lex. He's the Emperor. Yeah, he's supposed to be extra.
Your Radiance. I fear I can personally attest to the dangers of pursuing one's vision with such righteous fervor. For 1,000 years, the Holy See of Ishgard waged war with dragons. 1,000 years of sacrifice, of sorrow and hate, in which we bathed in the blood of friend and foe alike. Had it gone on any longer, we may well have drowned. Yet we have chosen to raise ourselves out of this bloody spiral, and have since made peace with our former enemy.
So I understand. No doubt the dragons were more receptive to your overtures in the wake of their leader's demise. You speak of peace, yet use war to achieve it. Your father would not have bothered to obscure his intent with honeyed words. He understood that strength is all that matters in the end.
You know Melvin is just sitting there taking, like, just wanting to say some shit.
Clarity of vision, I can but wonder what will become of Ishgard and her people. There was a time when Garlemald too lacked a leader of conviction. Weak and unable to wield magic, we were at the mercy of the strong, from whom we sought refuge in the bitter cold of the north. Were it not for the discovery of ceruleum and the subsequent development of magitech, we might never have gained the power to take back that which was rightfully ours.
You speak as if your people were the first to have been driven from their homes. Limsa Lominsa was built by wayward souls in search of a place to call their own. On the shores of Vilbrand we found it. And from those humble beginnings did we grow and flourish. And all without robbing our neighbors of their liberty.
So saith the pirate. Am I to believe that you simply asked the kobolds to yield up their lands and that they were happy to oblige you? That you did not drive them out like rats in the hold of one of the many ships seized by your privateers? I will concede that after centuries of exile, reclamation may be mistaken for invasion. Nevertheless, it is not. And those who till stolen soil have no right to object when cast out in turn.
Your uncompromising nature rivals that of the Ixal. They too lament circumstances which they themselves perpetuate. Were they but to embrace peace, we would welcome them with open arms. Indeed, some few have done just that, and now receive of the 12's Woods bounty.
They supply water to third world country with how large shoulder pads are come. Absolutely.
Would that your people might learn from their example.
You dare compare us to the Birdmen? You who thought to invoke the 12 and threaten all of creation?
came here in the hope of finding some speck of common ground, but I see now these discussions will accomplish nothing. Despite what you people may believe, I am not wont to choose the sword over the olive branch. 'Tis but a pity men are loath to accept one without first being shown the other.
Wait! I beg you. This meeting was supposed to be a chance to find a way forward together, not to bemoan the missteps which brought us here.
Wow, Allie's actually saying something reasonable.
Please. If you truly consider violence a last resort, there must be a way we can come to an agreement.
I mean, what he wants is really just everyone to submit to the Garlean Empire, so we really can't.
As Mistress Alize says, we did not come here to bicker over the past, but to discuss how we might strive towards a brighter future.
So we're not here. Very badly. I mean, also, like, he's been... Like, he's definitely more of the politician compared to, like, everyone else. That much is true. Like, Rautbon and Melvip are more of, like, fighters in that sort of sense. Kane-sen is more like the soft-spoken sort of speaker. Nanamo is trying to take the reins herself. He and Elise just are new to this in general. Also, Imric is kind of in the I'm new to this as well sort of thing, but not as much. Like, Imric is probably the most experienced.
Emperor Varys, may I suggest a short recess, that all present might compose themselves prior to beginning anew?
Very well. I pray this intermission will suffice to move these talks in a more constructive direction.
Yeah, not to mention the whole thing with the 7th on Book Liberty. You know, I mean, oh, okay. I see. I didn't even look at the map on that, but here's what everyone says. For a moment, I feared the talks would descend into violence there and then. Alize speaks of her dislike for politics. Her this plea very well has prevented an early, or may have prevented an early battle. Whatever rebuttal I had in mind was lost when Varys mentioned my father. The man is certainly skilled at keeping his opponents off balance. For years we have warred with the Empire, and with no end in sight, a parley such as this represents a unique opportunity, and I would not squander with bitter words. Why do I get the feeling the Emperor is hiding something? Because he is. Varys holds fast to his ideals, just as I knew he would. He will not be swayed from his path. I do much wonder what Emperor Varys' decision to attend these negotiations. It is plain he has no intention of hearkening to our entreaties. But what then is his goal? Is he also stalling for time, maybe? It's just true that Limsa's beginnings were not wholly honorable. But our old Romans did not make the Empire's deeds right. That is 100% true. This is really not my forte. After his Radiance's little performance, it was all I could do not to swear at him. I also don't know how I ended up playing the mediator. Maynard's alright, like, thank you for stopping by. You have a good night. I'll talk to you tomorrow. I just asked myself what Alpha would have done. Tried my best to do the same, and by some miracle, it worked. But there really is no common ground to be found in the man. Nor do I think he looked for any. So the question becomes, what did he come here to do? Because you may be certain it wasn't to make peace. If Alpha said, I was like, yeah, if only. Whatever it is, I can't make it out. Not yet, at least. We do have a little time before the parley is due to reconvene, though. So why not try consulting with our illustrious leaders? They have this insight to shit. Oh, are you kidding me? I just talked to them all! Come on! I will say one thing for this Varus. He's well versed in Erusian history. His interest in our affairs is that of a beast in its prey. The conqueror would know his enemies. All should know their enemies. There's much more we do not know of the Empire. And some thoughts to change that. Ha! You'd have me ask the Emperor himself. Well, mayhap there is some wisdom in that. If we can skirt the storm of his displeasure, we may come to the answers. Even if it does mean sailing close to the wind. Tova, mercy. For Lady Alize, before Alize's timely interjection, we'll have come to blows at a negotiable table. Not that Emperor Varus left us great many options. Is unconditional surrender all that he will accept, do you think? Ere he arrived, I just said yes. Having heard him speak, I cannot help but think he came with some other end in mind. Exactly. He's building up to something, I know it. How then should we approach the rest of this parley? Everything to say, Warrior of Light? Allow him to explain himself. You believe he's more apt to reveal the truth if we put him at ease? Be happy you're right. Thank you. This probably was not like to bring peace, but I had hoped to learn something of the Emperor Varus' relationship with the Ascians. As had we all. Yet if he is in league with them, he is not like to volunteer the fact, and if he is not, how much weaker would his position seem for their presence? If we are to approach this particular subject, it will need to be subtle. But that I knew more of that man. If you would indulge me, Lord Ian, you received an imperial education, did you not? Is it true that the Emperor's will is considered absolute? There's no higher authority in all of Garlemald, or else in the heavens. Come to that. Veneration of the gods is forbidden. The only worship permitted being that of His Radiance's own person. That just sounds kind of like a religion itself. A shared decision for their hypocrisy, even as they denigrate the idea of faith. They revere their leader with the fervor others reserved for the divine. There's a law common to much of the doctrine they fed us, logical on the surface, perhaps, but contradictory upon closer examination. I wonder if a discussion of the various discrepancies, Jesus, I can read, might prompt Varus to reveal something? So can everyone then? Good. All that remains is to await the pleasure of the Emperor and hope we fare better at the second attempt.
Now then, who would have the floor?
If Garlemald was pushed, do you think they turn the Emperor into a primal in desperation? Probably. I could probably see that, just like, especially considering it's not always like crystals that necessarily matter, as we saw with Susanoo. But I could definitely see them like using like an Emperor as like a god. And if not Varus himself, I could see it with like Sylvis. If Sylvis is like considered high and mighty as like the first Emperor.
Before we resume, I wish to offer you an apology. After you graciously accepted our invitation to discuss an armistice, we have done naught but rebuke you at every opportunity. I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are deeply sorry for our discourtesy.
I'll admit your familiarity with our affairs surprised me, and served to remind me how little I know of yours.
I think all here can understand the desire to reclaim one's homeland. Why expand further? That is my question.
If I may, the answer can be found in the Imperial doctrine they took great pains to impart to my people. Recognizing the threat icons posed to the world, Solus Zos Galvus decreed that they were to be eradicated. To this end, he began a campaign to unite all lands under the Garlean banner.
Yeah, faith is an extremely powerful drug.
Or so we were taught. Yet the Emperor only reached the burn, the Baron said to have been laid waste by icons, after conquering all the lands that lay between. What is more, I am quite certain the practice of summoning was not nearly so widespread in the days before the Empire's founding.
When you put it like that, it all starts to sound like an excuse, doesn't it? But to distract from what? Why are you really waging this war?
Oh, that's that was a symbolism there. Moths to a flickering light.
You ask the right question.
Oh, he likes that. Okay.
I can but hope you heed mine answer and at last accept the righteousness of our cause. My goal is this: to return the world to the way it once was, the way it was always meant to be. In doing so, mankind will be made whole once more. No longer will we suffer from the dissension born of our differences. There will be but one race, a perfect race, as we were when time began.
What in Rolga's name are you talking about?
I am talking about the origins of this star, of the source and its 13 reflections. At the instant of the great sundering, 'twas not only the world that was shattered, but mankind itself. Thus were we divided into myriad races, each with its own unique imperfections.
So is basically Varys' goal just more or less to create a utopia?
That is why man looks upon his neighbor and feels fear and hatred, why he wages war, why he kills his brother. You all in your own way have proven as much today. The peace you seek is but a fleeting solution to a fundamental problem. One which calls for more drastic measures. To bring about everlasting peace, our worlds must be rejoined. That is the goal the Empire would see realized. The glorious future unto which we shall one day shepherd mankind.
A rejoining of worlds. I have heard this tale of the source and its reflections before.
Are these not the self-same desires as the Ascians?
Emperor Varys, do not trust in their words. They will lead you to your doom. My father thought to use them, but in the end he succumbed to their temptations. He embraced summoning like so many other pawns before him. Do not tell us you mean to do the same.
It's just so different for Shadowbringers.
To be a pawn, free from the burden of choice, would be a blessing.
I mean, they do say ignorance is bliss.
But I forswore that privilege the day I learned that the Garlean Empire was built by the hand of an Ascian.
Oh, he's just straight up telling us this kind of stuff. Okay.
What?
Yes. My grandsire, the former emperor, is of their number. And who better to build an empire capable of bringing about the calamitous change we desire?
Yeah, someone at the table just wakes the fuck up.
Alliance for bowing to the will of these shadowy masters when the prize is true and lasting peace.
I mean, that's not really peace. I mean, it's a form of peace, but not really.
I come not to conquer, but to liberate. To free man from the prison of divergence. Imagine a world united. One perfect race beneath a single standard. An army before whose might these servants of darkness and light would fly as leaves in a storm, never again to meddle in man's affairs. We would be the masters of our own fate. I bid you join me, not as subjects of Garlemald, but of a new nation. And together we shall win freedom for ourselves and generations yet unborn.
You want to trigger another half-dozen calamities? You can't be serious!
Have you forgotten how many died? There will be no one left.
Do you truly imagine we would aid you in your bloodletting?
It is unthinkable. Unconscionable.
I mean, yeah, now everyone's just getting angry about this.
And what is the alternative? To be as cattle waiting for slaughter? I would have us work together that we might take fate into our own hands.
Yeah, no, war has more or less just been kind of declared.
Into your hands, perhaps. But what of the other worlds, your radiance? With every calamity, you obliterate a star and every soul that dwells on it.
As we saw with the Warriors of Darkness, yeah.
To the Ascians, we are all but tiny, momentary specks within an indifferent universe. We cannot hope to oppose them until we have been made whole once more.
I mean, that's not true. We killed one. And we've seen another one or two be killed.
Are these truly the words of Garlemald's ruler? The flaws and foibles which you so abhor are what make us who we are. Every nation, even yours, Emperor Varys, is made whole through the combination of these imperfections, the strengths of one compensating for the weaknesses of another. While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others, fostering community and cooperation. That the protector of an empire should not only reject these fundamental truths, but seek to change them at so dear a cost to life is indefensible. Such a man is not fit to govern.
Should I just teasing it is? That's our 0.5 update.
And you, warrior of light, would you refuse me as well?
We can defeat the Ascians. We've done it. We just don't have a way to mass produce it currently, but we can do it.
It would seem the Alliance is of one mind on this matter.
You Eorzeans never cease to disappoint me. Though I suppose I have only myself to blame for expecting more from savages.
Rude. That's like the rudest thing he said.
I bid you make ready for our next meeting. It will not be at the negotiating table.
First, it's a really big debate, like whether we should go to like. So the Carlian textbook comeback savages, yeah. Like I know like it's a really big like historical debate. Like, is it better to go towards like a utopian style society or one that's more like what a lot of countries have nowadays, where it's like we offer free choice and such, freedom of speech, freedom of thought. Like what's considered the better one? I came back to find Dumba's advance party ready and waiting for battle. So, as worrying as our little shot at what the Emperor was, it did buy enough time for at least some of our allies to arrive. Alright, face of war. And this is the last dungeon of post-Stormblood.
I'm not sure what I was expecting from our meeting with the Emperor, but it wasn't that. Still, at least we know now what he's really after.
Good war.
A future built on a mountain of bodies. I too want the Ascians dead, but not at any cost.
The last of the reinforcements from Dorma arrived not long ago. I pray it will be enough. Given the Emperor's stated goal, this is a battle we can ill afford to lose.
Yeah, you're kind of right. Yeah, we can't really lose any more fights with them.
If the Garleans come in force, we may not have much say in the matter, even with our combined strength.
We knew from the first that the odds would be against us. But if there is even the slightest chance of victory, we must do everything in our power to seize it.
We must seize it, full stop.
Also, I just noticed our boy Heisei is actually rocking the samurai stuff. Let's go, boy. Let's go. You minor NPC, you.
The two of you are to join an irregular unit and support the main host. I won't bother asking if you're minded to fight.
After coming this far, how could I not? And for once, there's no one around to countermand me. Not that they would. Not even my brother. But we all know who really make the difference. Ready to frighten some Garleans?
Of course we're ready.
Wouldn't want to be on their side.
Might I ask you to accompany the Dorman contingent? They are strangers here, and your presence would do much to raise their spirits.
We would be honored.
When our people stride out with you in their midst, I dare say the Eorzeans will feel an ilm taller themselves. High spirits have a way of spreading.
For dungeons coming. This is the quest, Har. This is the quest.
Commander will not allow it. I'll leave the front lines in your capable hands. Comrades, ready your arms. The hour of battle has come. May the crystal guide us to victory!
Since the others couldn't be here, we'll have to fight twice as hard. If Alphinaud wakes to find the Imperials have won, I shall never hear the end of it.
You probably won't be alive to hear the end of it.
It's strange. I thought I would be terrified when the fighting started. I should be terrified. But with you at our side, I can't help feeling everything is going to be all right. So please, don't you dare leave me alone.
Meteors fell and everyone died.
No matter what happens, we have to survive together.
Aw. Don't worry, girl. I got you. I got you. That's what I was waiting for. Alright. Live the Dark is now accessible. So, I guess to ask, first off, subs get dibs. So if there's any subs in chat that want in, obviously it's done by tiers, so if our... Alright, I see Har wants in, so Har gets first dibs. Oh, excuse me. I see Zach wants in. So first off, I gotta invite Zach, because Zach does get first dibs, because he is a tier 2 sub. That's Har. Alright, so... any more tier 1 subs want in? Or if someone randomly subs at tier 2, do they want in? Because I do see Lethal has wanted a spot, but I'm just going to see if any other subs want that last slot before I hop in. Found too occupied by Crystal. Oh, fair enough, Trish. I do see the only person that really would be able to claim a spot that's on right now is TJ. But it looks like TJ is cross-world right now, so... it's fun to also joy. Will do, Trish, will do. TJ, would you like to join us for our dungeon? For the Glintly Dark. You are a sub, so you do have priority. But if you don't want to hop in, I completely understand if you're busy. But since you are a sub, you do get first dibs. Lily. Glintly? Oh, that's an M. I kept reading this as an N. Oh, Gimlet. Oh, I've been reading this wrong. The H and, like, me reading that M as an N has been really throwing me off. Okay. I thought it was supposed to be, like, it's... is there no? No, it's all good. I just wanted, like, to make sure that, like, if you wanted in, you had the chance. Okay. So I guess if that's the case... here we go. And then, like I said, I was trying to get into this earlier, but I couldn't. Alright, final dungeon time. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and use the restroom one more time before dungeon, and also so that way we're good for the end. But so I'm gonna go ahead and BRB real quick, and then we'll hop into the dungeon. So for the 3 members of the party we have, go ahead and pick your classes. So I will be right back. Also, I need to get another bottle of water anyways, in case you guys make me hydrate. Okay, we have returned. And with that, dungeon time. Of course, you gotta get one more remix of the Stormblood theme in here. Without context, alright.
Forward! Forward!
Be my days quicker. Hey Pika, how's it going? Welcome, welcome, and thank you, my dude. Here, this is my assignment. Oh, fair enough. Well, I appreciate you stopping by at the same. You know, people chatting helps, shows activity. Where do we go from here? Oh. It's this way. I see. Everyone was like, where do we go? Ah. You know, there's actually a much simpler way I can be doing this mechanic, but oh well. I'll agree for the stuff. I can sell it all for money.
I shan't hold back!
Hey, it's Mr. Pippin. Watch your content. Hello, Amu. How's it going, my dude? Hope you're doing well. And Amu with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much, my dude. Faster news coming. Thank you very much for the, oh my god, 6 months, Amu. Jeez. I appreciate it all the same. Thank you very much. How's the beach going for you? I hope you're having fun. Staying safe. Amazing. Better than here where it's freezing cold and we've been snowed in multiple days at a time. Oh, I can need that. Also, like, I'm just greedy for everything. Because I know no one's gonna take it and I can just sell it. That's so nice at the moment, same. Bye. Alright, Amu, thank you for stopping by. You have a good night. And thank you for just dropping the sub. Hello, Mr. Caw. Didn't I get the berry in time? It's fine, we're ranged DPS, so it's not like we have to worry as much right away.
Let us be about it.
You chose correct. Alright. Our boss in the war. Oh, these are his guards. These savages blasted our vanguard? Impressive. But in the end, they are only that, savages. Now let us be brief. His radiance awaits. Unless you eliminate the process for end of the US, correct? Oh, neat. Stop. I noticed those little lines. Oh, and I gotta get away. Dance. Wave 1, 2, technical. Soon. Okay. Oh, why did I not liberate? What? Okay. I don't know why my limit break suddenly decided to cancel, but sure. We have served our purpose. Calm. We shall withdraw for now. They seem fun. I didn't dislike that fight. I had a good time. I like how the idol's like, what do we do? I'll try these pants. I'm not I mean, I'm gonna greed for it to sell it. I'm going to... Alright. It's like cute. He's the end.
There you are, and none the worse for wear.
Indeed. I had hoped we might do more to help, but there seems to be no one left to fight.
That's a range check, but you can just... That's a look... DPS tributes. Ah, okay. That's funny.
A tactical withdrawal, perhaps?
We should give chase. Finish them off while we have the chance. Imagine the other surprise when they wake to find the war already won.
The light will expunge all life. Only you can forestall the calamity. Throw wide the gates.
What does it mean by throw wide the gates? Listen. Never mind. Forget that status. Oh, jeez, we got Alize, too. Oh, jeez, we really are just without all the scions now. It's just us.
Oh, no. Don't tell me.
It's just us.
Are you all right? Quickly. We must get her back to the encampment.
You still trying to... Ah, yes, so we're alone. Also, welcome back, Kyla. And do we really count Tataru? Besides, Tataru's helping us with the Four Lords right now. That doesn't count. But, I think it's time to disband the party for the time being. But thank you all very much for joining. Just as a reminder, if you want priority on dungeons or bosses and such, please consider subscribing. If you have Amazon Prime, it does give you 1 free sub a month. Helps me out. Silence on Battle, Silent One Taylor. Oh yeah, right. I should be getting the Tataru outfit soon, shouldn't I? Right, I forgot about that. I have seen it, but I forgot I'll actually be getting that soon. So the Garlands have been routed, have they? Well done. This exchange was no more than a test of our strength, like it's not. They won't be taking any chances now that the Emperor has joined the fray. They'll want to take their time, whittle down our defenses. Still, with your help, and of our Eastern allies, we've passed the first test. Our line is unbroken. So a little more. I mean, there's only like 2 quests in that patch, but yes. But we're gonna finish that up tonight, so... As for Alize, well, she's in good hands over at the infirmary. Man, it sucks that we lost Alize, too. Well, Lord. Sure, have completed their examination of Mistress Alize, and it is as we feared. She is locked in a slumber without any outward cause. So then just a quest. I mean, there's 2. Like, that's like I don't see any dungeons or anything, so just like the others. Damn it all. I mean, I'll understand, yeah. Aye, the girl. It's a fine time to come knocking. 5 scions incapacitated, and with the enemy on our doorstep, I cannot spare the men to assist the search for a cure. The best I can do is each of the Alize is escorted back to the safety of the Rising Stones. Escorted safely back to the Rising Stones. Jesus. Yugiti and I would return to our encampment. The main contingent of our forces for the Far East is under sail and almost be made ready for their arrival. I'll not keep you then. I mean, there's going to be cutscenes, I know that too, so it'll also probably be a bit. Judging by the Guardians' recent movements, or lack thereof, they won't be launching another offensive in the immediate future. So young, so naive. I mean, it's obviously a patch, but it's only 2 quests, so I'm just like, I don't know how long it'll be, but either way, we should be good to do it tonight. I'm going to just play. I am just playing. You should return to the Rising Stones. Given the plight of your fellow Scions, I can understand if you feel on edge. But it'll be no good to anyone without rest. Dr. Evans told we go. Let's stretch and grab some food. Sounds good, Zach. Thank you for the help. Hope you enjoyed your Tier 2 privilege. I'll be renewing in a week or so. I mean, I'm just saying, I appreciate you using like a tier 2 sub at that on the stream. Really helps me out more than you know. Ah, Coral, welcome home. Word has it that Mr. Saliazay gave the Guardians quite a thrashing. Speaking of whom, where is Mr. Saliazay? I was certain she would have returned by now. Oh, my buddy. Yeah, if you want to flex that awesome Ike emote, that's you see Zach using in chat. That's our current tier 2 emote. We do have another emote on the way. I'm not sure if it's going to be our final tier 1 or our tier 3 emote. I'm indecisive myself. But we do have another emote on the way. By the 12, not her too. Well, now ready the infirmary for her arrival. You also need to send a message to Tari post haste. That I had done something other than grim tidings, or would that I had something other than grim tidings to share with her. With you too, for that matter. Using report the Archon's condition remains unchanged. To speak, Coltet, Edge Kryl, and Master Matoya continue to explore every possible avenue. Alas, their efforts have yet to bear fruit. But all is not lost. You are still hale and whole, after all. But I suspect you must be tired from your journey. You should rest, my friend. Leave the worrying to us, for the time being, at least. And that is 4.5! We saw the quest done. So what post-patch cutscenes you got from me? The border of Alamigo. Hello, Mr. Xenos. How's it going? That was a lot less than I expected, but okay. Ah, Coral, yours is always a welcome face indeed in these troubled times. Though if you've come to inquire about our stricken brothers and sisters, I'm afraid I have not to report. Colton and the others continue their research, their tireless search for answers, and I too have done all in my power to assist them. Alas, my apologies for the intrusion. I told Mr. Alphen knows him brought here and wishes to see his condition had improved. Canisena? Oh, Maxima, hello. Mr. Squirrel, I've heard about the part you played in driving back in the Empire's forces. Thank you. That you were able to stop them, if only for a short while, gives me hope. I realize how strange such words must not come from a Garlean's lips, but I speak them out of love I bear for my homeland, because I wish to see an end to this bloodshed. That is why I chose to share all that I know with the Alliance. I will surely be branded a traitor. I am content to bear that ignominy. Jesus. It will see a small price to pay if it helps to prevent this conflict from escalating any further. But enough of my prattling. The war is not what brought me all this way. I came to see Master Alpha now. Acquaintance of Corporal and Alpha now, are you? Well, far be it from me to turn away good company, if you'll follow me, sir. When I reach me the Alpha now returned, it seemed only right that I visit him. Poor lad. Pains me to see him thus, but I take solace in the knowledge that he is safe and well cared for. He fought valiantly at the burn. The Populares could not have wished for a more committed ally. I know not how he came to be so afflicted, but I pray cure will be found soon. On an unrelated note, you may be interested to know that I have traveled here in the company of another acquaintance of yours. Taru? He waits. Oh, never mind. You said he. He waits my return to the North Silver Tier. And I'm certain he would be glad to see you. Assuming you can spare the time, that is. I mean, I don't know if it's just going to be immediately. They're going to give us Gaius again, but. Also, I was about to teleport, but I realize that is not a place we need to teleport to. Oh, Sid! I think. Yep, that's our man Sid. You know, I will take it. I'll take my dad. Ah, there you are. I was beginning to think you would not come. Brat. Ah, it's my dad. Sounds like you've been through the mill. You should have called me. I must confess, tracking down missing souls is exactly within my field of expertise. As you may have surmised, I heard much of Master Garlemald growing up in Garland going up in Garlemald. Never taken an Uber driver. I've driven an Uber before. It's fine, at least from my experience. When going up in Garlemald, indeed, he has long been a source of inspiration to me. Most Garleans would say he is a traitor. Thus he turned his back on his country. We, the Populares, however, consider him a revolutionary, a man willing to defy the Empire's dreams of subjugation, that his inventions might bring about a better future for all mankind. Please, revolutionary is a term reserved for my work. I am but an Imperial defector who thought to aid another Imperial defector. Whatever Master Garland says, I am humbled to find myself in such distinguished company. Which struck his ego. Speaking of distinguished company, we heard from Robon that you ran into an old friend in the burn. Is it true? Gaius still lives? Like most of the army, I never had the privilege of seeing the Legatus without his mask. To think I walked halfway across the burn in the presence of the Black Wolf. And he claimed to have ever ties with the Empire to hunt Ascians, did he? After his humbling in the Praetorium, wouldn't think he'd have the good sense to stay dead. Should we meet again? I shall be sure to tell him so. I mean, he... Enemy of an enemy is a friend, I guess? Commander also spoke of the Alliance's meeting with the Emperor. Though I still labor to believe that what he told us. Did his Radiance really claim that Garlemald was founded by the Ascians? But that is madness. The very notion is absurd. Every fiber of my being rails against it. And yet I see there is no escaping the truth. From the very founding of my homeland, my brothers and sisters have laid down their lives in service to a lie. For enemies, I mean, yeah, more or less. The Ascians must be stopped. To save my people. To save all peoples. For all the Empire's crimes, even did I not suspect. Had I known, I would have left a lot sooner. But that is in the past. Here's the present. We must apply ourselves to the problem of how the Empire's ambitions may be thwarted. Not only in Eorzea, but in the Far East as well. The Ironworks will spare no effort to achieve that end. Seria's wall was a good start, but we can do more, and we will. We'll show them what it means to achieve freedom through technology. They might apparently in 1.0 with the old Warrior of Light. Begging your pardons, I bear a message for the Warrior of Light. Commander Alden requests your presence at the Alliance headquarters in Alamigo. He will discuss matters of strategy at your earliest convenience. Oh my god. Ah yes, the inevitable messenger. I knew it wouldn't be long before duty called you away. Time no doubt being of the essence. Can I tempt you to board the Excelsior? If there's a faster way to rob on side, I'll personally apologize to the commander for keeping him waiting. Aw yeah, I get to ride with my dad! Well, that's one quest out of the way. I swear, every time you board my airship, you see... be barreling headlong into danger. And every time, you somehow contrive to emerge victorious. Which, of course, is an admirable skill. But no one is invincible, Coral. Not even you. So please, take care of yourself out there. I pray you remain safe on the front lines. Though ill-equipped to join the fray, I shall do all I can to assist from headquarters. My colleagues and I have been asked to the evacuating casualties by air. So that you aren't among them, eh? Alright, this is the last quest, and then we hop into Shadowbringers. I wonder what I get! Despite the apparent urgency of Ralbon's summons, the resistance seems content to wait for your signal to proceed. Commander Alden is waiting, my lady. It would be best if we proceed to the Alliance headquarters at once. Are you ready? Let's do it. Oh, I actually like it. We got all the banners here. I didn't notice that before. That's cute. Oh, it's a duty. Okay. You're here. Good. I summoned you to discuss strategy. But first, I would apprise you of the Garlean's movements. Upon speaking with Ralbon, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Check them and set aside a sufficient time to view these cutscenes in their entirety. I'm gonna use the bathroom one more time. Cute, no more so I'm gonna use the bathroom one more time, and then we might hop into like the very start of Shadowbringers, but I'm gonna use the bathroom just one more time, just because I do feel I need to use it. So I'll be right back. How are you gonna make me hydrate as I just come out of the bathroom? Alright, Lethal. Either way, there you go. You got your hydrate in. And now let's do this duty. Because I'm sadist.
There have been several skirmishes along the border, but as yet neither side has delivered a decisive blow. We had long assumed that the Garleans would overwhelm us in a straight fight, but we seem to be gaining ground, albeit slowly. As to why that might be, the most likely explanation is that they have yet to commit all their forces. Still, we're winning, and our latest intelligence suggests the Emperor has retreated back to Garlemald.
I mean, the Emperor might have, but we know Xenos is here.
In light of this, we're considering launching an offensive with the aim of pushing the front line forward and giving ourselves some room to breathe.
Commander, the Imperials. They've broken through our defenses to the east.
Oh, jeez.
What?
Our scouts say their forces are being led by Lord Xenos.
Hi, Xenos, again.
Lord Heian and Commander Hext have taken their troops to provide support, but we don't know how long they can hold out.
So, they've been biding their time, waiting for his arrival, have they? Very well. Send word to our allies, requesting reinforcements for the front line. Should the worst come to the worst, I may need to enter the fray myself. But what of you? Do you still have the strength to fight?
Trans rights, motherfucker.
Much obliged. Given the choice, I'd take you over 100 soldiers.
Oh, come on.
What's wrong? Is it the voice again?
God, what is this voice?
Are you sure you're in a fit state to do this? May Ralga grant us strength.
Oh, I don't know what we're gonna do if this happens.
Give him hell, lass. I, for my part, will defend this place to my dying breath.
Too strong to open. I mean, I don't even know what it means. Throw open the gates. Like, maybe we do want to actually open them, and we're just not helping somehow. I must suck to Warrior of Light. Hello, Xenos. I was like, Heian's the only one who just hasn't drawn his weapon. Oh, are we? Wait, hold on. Are we playing as Heian? We're playing as Stola. Oh, we're playing as Heian. Okay. What's here? Falling opens. Let's see, 100. Okay. I do admit, these other dudes where you play as, like, the other characters, I think is really neat. DOT, okay. That's Alphino. You play as both Alphino in one duty, and then you play as Stola in another. DOT. That you play as Alphinaud the Burn, and then you stole, or not you, yeah, you stole in the steps. Hi, Bana. Do not stack, get away from me! Alright, I can't move while we're channeling this. Once you got closer, yeah, I know. Not for the count. Oh, great.
Here it comes!
The weave of a shinobi's power. The art of my forebears.
Alright, that channel, I can... Victory. Hey man, Yugiri's strong as shit. Oh, great. What's the cooldown on this? Ten seconds? Okay, I can probably be using that a bit more. Okay, so as soon as Shadowbringers. Oh jeez, Yugiri just ate that to the face. Magic is cheating. Magic's extreme cheating. Girls all ask us much of this BS. I mean,
Magic with a Garlean body. That's hardly fair.
we knew one on Ascian was probably the taking over. Plus, wasn't like Xenos' body infused with like an artificial echo?
No matter the cost.
Can use his two hands. Physically, yeah. Port Elidibus to Enix. Oh, is it Elidibus in Mr. Xenos? Because that hasn't been established who's in Xenos. Gosh darn it! Because that has not been an established detail. If it's Elidibus in there. Like, I just knew it was an Ascian. Okay, I'm making an announcement later in the Discord. I need to make an announcement later in the Discord.
No words to mark our reunion? So be it.
Those are your apologies. It's whatever, I guess. I probably would have eventually figured it out.
Equilibrium must be restored. And only your death will redress the balance.
I guess this is your first hint that it's Elidibus. Considering Elidibus, we knew it was an Ascian in here supposedly, and Elidibus is the Ascian who talked about this kind of thing. So I guess that's technically like the first hint, like, hey, it's Elidibus! Yeah, because Xenos like wouldn't ever say that. You know, the part of the dark. Oh, I pressed dash by mistake. You know what? This is a black page. Oh god. Hey boss, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. There's been not really any. At least on our end. Train's rights, motherfucker. That sort of thing, why not? That's just the way I saw it, why not have it? Yeah, exactly. Like, just why not? We support trans rights out here. And I will say, if you have an issue with it, like, you're fine to leave. I don't? Then yeah, exactly. Then it shouldn't be a problem. I mean, I just randomly had an idea for the command one day, and I'm like, you know what? I can just add it. And if people have an issue with it, they're welcome to leave. Oh, shit. Ah! I enjoy making evil stuff. So it's the best redemption for me. It is a pretty good redemption, and I feel like if people are going to redeem one thing, I'm okay with people redeeming that one. Yeah, Mrs. La Hebrea, but I will not be cast so easily. It's... Oh! Huh, I just read that line. I just read a line that says, you may have bested La Hebrea. Oh, never mind. La Hebrea, not Oletibus. Excuse me. Four spells at once. I have to cast more.
Your mother chose her champion well.
But okay.
Yet, for all your strength, you will still fail.
That camera movement was a little funny. So you're a dancer now? Yep. I've been going through all of Stormblood as a dancer. Moving from Archer, or from Bard, excuse me, to Dragoon to Dancer, and I'm probably going to go through Shadowbringers also as a dancer.
Too late, alas.
Because I don't feel like learning new dungeons as a tank. I want to at least go through them as a DPS, kind of pick up what the tanks do, and then go through it as a tank. And yeah, Dancer was, like, my main interest. Like, I wanted to play this class since I, like, tried the game and I couldn't on free trial. Oh, hello. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think that was 13. If I was...
At last, I found you.
You know, Heart, this is... You're tied to the heart.
Please, there's no cause for alarm.
I see these, like, crystals. And based on a bunch of fan art I've seen, I want to assume I know who this is. Which probably was also the thing that was spoiled for me as well, but I think I know who this is.
Though, I confess, this is not where I had intended to meet. But the place of our meeting is of no consequence, like the war you wage. Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion.
Yes, that made me a rock candy.
The better path leads you here, to me. I have need of your strength.
You gotta send me back. We're about to die.
The battle is over, the danger past. But your work is not yet done. Go to the Crystal Tower.
Rock
I
candy
have
is
left
my
something
favorite
for your
character.
space.
Okay, you're telling me to go to the Crystal Tower, and I am like 99.99% sure I know who this is.
Serve as a beacon of sorts, one which I pray will help you on your journey. All you need do is find it. I will take care of the rest. Soon, we will throw wide the gates.
You sure? I'm 99.99% sure.
And the path to the first will be yours to walk at last.
I wish I could just look behind him and see if he has a tail to confirm my thoughts. .01 has me concerned. I mean, if that .01... So you sure you're just cutscenes left? I mean... There's always room for error. I'm just confident in my answer currently. Where? Is this a place in Ishgard? Oh, it's Ishgard. Hello, Imric.
You're awake. Thank heavens.
Imric, this isn't how you invite a lady to bed. You don't keep her waiting. I mean, I want to know what happened.
Do you recall the confrontation with Xenos? You were the first to come to the aid of Mistress Lys and the others on the front line.
You were associating him with... You can just invite a lady. I mean, listen, he invited me and just got me comfy, but I appreciate... You know what? I'm just saying that's not the method you use. I'm just saying that's not the method. It's better than modern day. I mean, we have automatic doors, just, you know, they don't operate like that.
In the midst of your duel, it is said you faltered, and that the Crown Prince seized the opportunity to deliver a mortal blow.
Either higher. Like you has drinks on the table. You know what? You're right. Would probably be a better guy. Oh, Imric! I should have believed Imric knows how to treat a lady. He's the only one who's actually taken us to dinner. Like, straight up, I will not deny that.
Distracted by the arrival of a second adversary who bore you away from the battlefield and into the hands of our chirurgeons.
The rivals. Okay. Although we gotta head to Crystal Towers, so.
Lest you wonder, he left before you awoke. As is his wont.
Estinian!
Estinian never was one for emotional farewells.
Man! The homie! The homie Estinian, let's go!
Though Xenos bested all before him, the battle clearly took its toll, for he retreated shortly after your rescue. Seeing this, the remaining Imperial forces decided discretion was the better part of valor and pulled back, allowing us to re-establish our position.
Man, I was giving his little son the pictures of Sadu. Dude, I feel like Magni would just be like those freaking porn addicts. Just like constantly looking for somebody new. Always on OnlyFans. Like, you know he's gonna pay for the premium content, but he's never gonna be satisfied. He can't have one favorite. He's actually the definition of a tier 4 sub.
We have since received word of renewed unrest in the provinces, doubtless inspired by the efforts of the Eorzean Alliance and our Far Eastern allies. Nor does the good news end there. We have also come into possession of intelligence suggesting unrest within the Imperial Court. This would certainly explain why both the Emperor and Lord Xenos appear to have abandoned the fight. A long-awaited ray of hope in these dark times.
Oh, you can say that again, Imric. You can say that again. You know what about the Scions? We gotta ask.
Yet to awake, I'm afraid.
Aw.
But please, concentrate on your own recovery for now.
But Alizé counts in that
You
group.
have carried the hopes of some half-dozen nations, and we are all eternally grateful for your efforts. But no one is without their limits.
Alizé, specifically her. I mean, she's been the Scion of Focus.
Leave this fight to us, my friend. You have earned your rest.
I mean, I would, but we gotta go to the Crystal Tower and then end the stream.
But before I forget,
Oh, Ross searches for his son, but ends up with only his... Searches for his move, but only ends up with his little son.
I was asked to deliver a message as soon as you awoke. A reminder that you are not alone, though many of your allies have fallen. When you are well and rested, you are to return home, where friends will be waiting for you.
Yes, like, hell, take a... You know, some of the bunch of them that could kill him, but none of them will actually take him.
Now, if you will excuse me, I must return to the front.
But I mean...
May we meet again soon.
Modius did say straight up, like, that dating is the kinkiest shit she's ever seen. Oh, this is the most unexpected surprise. Thought you can find a bed. Aww. I thought it was Estinian with his lance for a second. I'm glad to see you. I heard you would collapse on the field of battle. I confess I feared the worst. With you standing here before me, I see now that the reports of your defeat were greatly exaggerated. Thank the Fury. Feisty cat girl side to being the funniest shit she's ever seen. Man, I just realized we have 3 dads. We got Sid. We got freaking... Oh my god, I can't remember his name. Sid's boyfriend, whose name is escaping me. Nero, that's his name. I couldn't remember his name for a second. We got Sid, we got Nero, and now we got freaking Edmund. We got 3 dads. We got 3 dads. Let's go. We got 3 dads. As long as we have you, Mr. Sedair, history suggests we have a fighting chance. Speaking of fighting, you may be surprised to hear that the war's effects can already be felt even here in Ishgard. In anticipation of a need for reinforcements, Artorias will soon be departing for the front lines with a contingent of our finest knights. Sid's boyfriend. I mean, I'm not incorrect about that. Why do we have more than 2 parents? I mean, we got 3 dads. I would advise you to stay until your strength is returned, but I know it would be an exercise in futility. Dude, does not equal 1 Tartaru. I do not define Tartaru as a mom. I do not define Tartaru as a mom. Nero's the uncle you don't want to invite to the party with. He self-invites himself. Nah, see. She's the rich auntie. I would say auntie is fair. Yeah, she's like the rich auntie. But nah, see, I don't like. Similar premise is like the uncle who invites himself, but I imagine like Nero is like that. It's like when you okay, this is like the most like the biggest exaggeration, especially since I don't have a sibling, but it's like when your sister or like when your sibling has a significant other that the family doesn't really like, but they keep coming anyways. That's how I always see Nero. Specifically like as like a relative's like significant other. Like uncle does not do it well enough. Cause you're like, I don't want to be rude to the other person. But I always you complain and somehow the problem vanishes. Now, I still love Tataru, but like she is not a mom to me. I think Lemon has it right where she's an aunt. Indeed, I suspect you've already decided on your next destination. Yeah, we gotta head to the Crystal Tower. Mafia connections. Dark days lie ahead, of that I have no doubt. The light of hope shall ever guide our steps so long as we have the will to press onward. And press onward we must. Farewell, my friend. I pray our next meeting will be under happier circumstances. She could also be a grandma. Unless Matoya though. Yeah, Matoya is the sassy grandma. I should have seen Matoya as sassy grandma. Because Matoya actually reminds me a lot of my grandma. I will straight up say that. Matoya reminds me a lot of my grandma. So like their glimpse. So no, she food. Oh, I kind of missed Tataru in her little kimono. It was cute. I like the kimono. The totes on you feeds you all. I don't know. I don't.
By the 12! I don't believe it!
I don't know. I just don't see Tataru as a grandma. Hi, Tataru. We're alive.
I rushed back as soon as I could.
Physically, she is. Teary-eyed Tataru. Yeah, teary-eyed Tataru. She could be the cousin. See, Actually, you know who I really imagine when I think of Tataru? I think of Frankie from Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. I feel like she's like the babysitter. That's the best way I can put her. She's the babysitter of the group.
I swear.
But like she's like that babysitter that you consistently hire.
What in heaven's name is going on?
Like she is that babysitter you consistently hire and just treat so well. You still invite them to family gatherings and they're like, haha, thank you, but I have a family. Like, we insist. We'll reschedule for you. No, I straight up see Tataru as like the babysitter. I'm sure right now. Thank you. You're a Lalafell in blood, Har. You're a Lalafell by blood.
Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. Oh, well, that's helpful. And what else did he say? The better path leads to him? If his is the voice you've all been hearing, perhaps the others are with him.
That face doesn't look right.
Fighting had reached a stalemate, didn't he?
Oh, I clicked off 14 for a second.
But if that monster masquerading as Xenos comes back... Thancred, Yestola, Urianger...
You know, that face didn't look quite right.
Alize, you're going to need all of them on your side to defeat him. And I forbid you from going to face him on your own. Do you hear me? So if you must leave, go and find the others. Bring them home.
Poor Tataru.
As for where to start, you said the stranger had left a beacon for you at the Crystal Tower, right? But how are you to find it, now that the tower has been sealed shut? There has to be a way. If anyone would know, it's Sid, and the researchers of St. Coinac's find. Don't you worry, we'll find that beacon for you.
Thank you, random NPCs. Only 2 of which I believe I've really interacted with. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, alright. These meanwhiles. I've seen a good chunk of them already. So I figured more will just keep popping up.
You have good reason for abandoning the front.
How could I remain there while the rumor that my son is possessed by a demon spreads like a sickness here at home? I will not be made to fight for the throne a second time. But what of you? Did you not tell me you would destroy Eorzea's champion with the ease that one might swat a fly?
A minor setback. She will not escape me again. Where is your grandsire? I would have words with him.
How should I know? Do you hide from each other's sight as well? I imagine he's doing what all Ascians do.
He must have found a way to take advantage of this turmoil.
Men are not pawns to be played with, Ascian. You underestimate us at your peril.
This war will not be decided by you and yours. Man must choose his own fate, and I, for my part, will do all within my power to see Garlemald emerge victorious.
Pray forgive the intrusion, Your Radiance, but the requested preparations are now complete. We stand ready to begin production of Black Rose upon your order.
Ooh, that's not good. Oh. That wasn't the direction I thought they were going to go with the shot, but alright then. Oh, that's credits. Okay. I thought there was going to be slightly more, but alright. So Final Fantasy Stormblood done. We did it. Thank you, Lise, for being the real main character, giving us a break. But I guess real final thoughts? I think this probably is my favorite expansion out of the 3 that I've played. I do think straight up, this is the best, most concise story. I think this was a really good use of the cast of characters that we had. And explained what the other characters were just doing relatively well. I liked it as well. I think the dungeons were some of the best I've played. And I think currently some of my favorites are from Stormblood. I'm really hoping Shadowbringers lives up to a lot of the hype. And I hope it doesn't pull like a Scott Pilgrim versus the World, the movie for me on this, which for context, I was told to be super hyped for Scott Pilgrim versus the World, then it just fell super short of expectations. And I didn't end up liking it, but I'm hoping Shadowbringers doesn't pull that, but I'm excited where the story is going. I feel like I'm kind of back at the end of A Realm Reborn, where I felt like I was really hooked on the story, and I'm curious where it's gonna go going forward. So I'm hoping for the best on all this. Yeah, I think dungeons were some of the best. I love some of the bosses. I apologize for the spoilers, but there reveals lots in it. I mean, we had some spoilers come in. Thankfully, I only really remember one from what that one dude said. What was your reaction on playing as the other characters? I liked it. I actually liked playing as the other members of the cast. Alphino, I was like, oh, it's like Baby Scholar. Haha, they're like trying to tutorial me on this. Y'shtola was alright. I liked Y'shtola's fight a lot. I liked it more than Alphino's fight. I think Hien's was probably actually my least favorite just because of like what it wanted out of me for gameplay mechanics. So I think the Y'shtola fight was probably my favorite out of all of them. Also, I will say I kind of have slight complaints about Alize in this story. Just slight complaints, because, like, I get that she loves her brother, but, like, she felt like she kind of took a backpedal compared to the whole Bahamut Coils thing. Where she's like, I want to be more independent and I can do this. And this time she's like, oh god, Alphino, oh god. Like, I get being worried, but, like, she felt like a bit too dependent. You get to be reassured a break from Hildebrand content. I need to actually do the Hildebrand content for Stormblood. Which, for context, I did do it also for Heavensward. And I will say the Heavensward Hildebrand quest I think was actually okay for a side thing. So they're more dependent, more protective. I didn't really get, like, I felt like the desperation in Alize, but it was like, even like when Alphina was around, she just, I don't know, it felt like it took a backpedal. Maybe like dependent isn't quite the right word, but I didn't feel like protective as well. It felt like there was just like a need for Alphina is the way I want to word it. Well, I mean, even before the fainting thing, like when they were like, alright, we're gonna go split up and, like, Alize's gonna go with us, and then Alphina's gonna go, like, with Y'shtola or something like that. It was like, I felt like, just like, even in, like, the busy work, it felt like she just kind of, like, went in reverse a bit. Like, I get it, like, during the fainting part, that part made sense. And I didn't mind it then, but before then, it was just, I don't know, I didn't like the writing in that sense of it for Alize. Alize, I felt, was a bit weaker in this expansion compared to where she's been. But overall, I still stand by it. I think Stormblood currently is my favorite expansion. I liked it more than Heavensward. Mostly because I loved how Heavensward started, but I felt like they just kind of shoehorned too much under the rug. You're like, it's fine. Also, fuck Asahi, just saying. Something else. Well, I mean, again, like, there was a point where they split apart to go do, like, their own things. And there were multiple points where they split apart. That's universal feeling. Fuck Asahi. I usually say the phrase, I love hating on a character. But, like, I didn't even, like, love hating on Asahi. I was just like, oh, he a bitch. Yeah, like, I feel like Lethal kind of hit, like, the nail on the head for what I was trying to say, because, like, she would, like, jab at him like a sibling does, but then, like, there was just a point where she was, like, not doing that, and it felt like a bit too radical of a change. So he's the irredeemable type of villain. Yeah, he's the irredeemable type of villain. I like that. Like, and I will say, like, as a trait I've been liking in a lot of, like, modern media where it's, like, I like hating a character. Like, I love Dio just as an example, because, like, I love thinking that Dio's a piece of shit. But Asahi, I did not feel that way about. I was just like, oh, fuck this guy. When I said there's someone in Stormblood everyone hates for asshole post ARR. I did not remember that statement, but overall, like, I do like this arc. I felt bad for Yotsuyu, but at the same time, she did do what she did, and it was like, it was a fitting end. Like, I can't even say, like, where I'm usually like, oh, I wish this character could have had, like, a happier ending, but, like, with what she did, and, like, the life she was going to have, like, one way or the other, like, I feel like it was a very fitting end. Like, I will say, and this is something I haven't said about a villain in a very long time, I actually feel like Yotsuyu is a sympathetic villain done right. And I have not felt that way about a lot of sympathetic villains in a very long time. Like, I'm actually going to praise her as a character, where I will just say, like, she is a sympathetic villain done correctly. Watching her kill Asahi. Yeah, I did like watching her kill Asahi. Never didn't see you could put a good life. What should have been. I mean, yes, but at the same time, it's like Tsuyu would have been struggling with the whole fact of like everyone hates her for stuff that she doesn't remember. Tsuyu would not have to deal with never remembering anything. So I liked her ending. I liked the whole ending with Yotsuyu. Also, the Gosetsu ending actually just makes me sad, but... But I will say, I feel like the whole thing, like, the part where they're like, oh, let's get Yotsuyu again and then sell her on the market again is like, really? Like, they just kind of played that to be evil, like, having evil parents for the sake of evil parents. You know, I feel like Gosetsu's ending was also really good. Hello, Mr. Tiny Son. Hello, Mr. Tiny Son. How you doing? How you doing? How's the tiny son? How's the tiny son? Little son. I'm still calling him Tiny Son, but yes, little son. Little son. Same meaning, different word. That's looking at oh, I know the voice crack is perfect. I'm just making Carl Donnelly pet his horns. Oh yeah, she absolutely would. No, I do think the voice direction in that scene was absolutely great. Also, this scene just kind of made me sad because I forgot about him and I felt bad. And when he looked back up, he says, "Careful, Carl, you're gonna give him the wrong idea." Carl's gonna give everybody the wrong idea. That's just her. But yes, excuse me. It is. I know it's little son. I just forgot in that moment where I kept saying tiny son. It was a slip. My bad. Then our third ASEAN we don't know anything about. Thanks, guys. God, it's very annoying that Gaius is actually alive. Any other guys about Stormblood? Because I love hearing listening to your speech. I will say the Gaius thing just felt odd. Like, I didn't mind him coming back as a character. But, like, I mean, obviously it's because, like, the whole studio had to change, but, like, you know, a little bit. Yeah, I know a little about the third one. Like, we learned his name. But I was like, the Gaius thing was just sort of weird, just because, like, literally had the game not spilled it out for me, like, hey, player, this is Gaius, I would have been like, oh, I have no idea who this is. And then there's Varys' grandpappy. I am curious how, like, all this plays out. I want to fight Varys' grandpappy. I want to fight him. I want to beat him up. Like, I don't want to fight Varys as much. I just want to fight Varys' granddad. Hey man, Solus is just vibing. I feel like Solus is gonna do more than just vibe. He's gonna do something more than just vibe. They're not gonna introduce a character like that to tease Shadowbringers and then be like, I'm still just vibing. That's like saying that Gosetsu is just vibing. Gosetsu did a lot more than just vibe. No, I don't want to fight you. I want to fight the old man. On a Xenos. I want to fight Xenos again. But, well, excuse me. I want to fight Mr. Not Elidibus again. Nah, he's just vibing, dude. Nah, he might just be vibing now, but he's not going to be vibing all of Shadowbringers. I know this. I want to fight him. I want him to ascend to godhood so I can fight him fairly. I want to fight the Asians. I want to fight the old man. See people not Apple's popcorn. Alright. Is there anything else I'm trying to think? I mean... I do like this shot. This shot. You don't deserve popcorn? Oh. Would you like to end them all? Not. I mean, considering what the Warrior of Darkness, like, told us, how it's like, hey, you gotta keep a balance. I don't think we have to end literally every ASEAN. But we have to probably try and find some balance to light and dark. If we can drown the world in light, technically we are being a bigger threat to Eorzea, because we're killing everything. So it's like, I do see how we can cause the problem. Also, because they never really showed us, I'm assuming this is Graha. I'm assuming this is Graha. But anyways, I do see how we cause the problem. But at the same time, we just can't let the ASEANs, keep doing what they want. Dude, they were hyping up the cracked mask, and everyone's like, how does it happen, Lisa? Totally, we just get Elise costume for Mii Brawl or something like that in Smash, so the meme can be real. But nah, I overall think this is a fine patch. This is probably some of my favorite. I know I've rambled on a bit, and I've more or less said everything, but I'm wanting at least the image credits to stop. Hey, Stolen Smash would be fun. I mean, I doubt we'll get another Square character realistically, and I'm just saying for costumes. Obviously, I still doubt it because, haha, Square, funny. Square working with other companies, funny. So, Square's gonna lend anything out ever, funny. She's apparently 14th Pro Square. I know she's apparently the most popular Scion. Minus Warrior of Light, obviously, but I guess for a customizable character, minus with the trailers, it's definitely hard to appease people with a character that's customizable and just have it appeal to all crowds. Good chunk of you're still a hot. She's not bad looking. I don't completely disagree with that statement. Especially when you look at the male to female representation of it, so there's not a lot of characters you can waifu in the Scions, yeah, you really don't have a lot of choices. You had Ida, technically, even though you never saw her face. Lise really isn't a Scion, as far as I'm concerned. And I know they're the same person, but I define them as two different characters. Minfilia's dead, at least until she comes back. Because I still feel like Minfilia's coming back. Yeah, you can waifu Y'shtola. That's undeniable. And then, we don't touch Alize. Anyways, I guess that's more or less it, so I can probably go ahead and skip, cut the rest of the credits at this point. Sure, waifu is requirement for the post. This is Lala. Scratches her. It might scratch her out of a lot of things, but it doesn't scratch her off people's dicks. The tons of people want to protect. I mean, you're always gonna have people that want to loot younger characters. As long as you're not looting them with the intent of them in their age. By the way, let's finish the quest. I knew you'd be alright. And to celebrate return, I made you this, a brand new traveling outfit. Oh, I do hope it fits. Come on me next. Jesus. Ahem. But now is not the time to fuss over your measurements. I must go and speak with the researchers of St. Coinarch's find. You go and rest while we track down that beacon. Silence traveler attire. Or I don't think we saw that.
My enemy. My friend. Had I been but a step faster.
Why did that sound like Xenos? And he had two of the Sharingan, as I'm calling it. Did Xenos get put into this boy? Sharingan, that's what I'm calling it. That's what I call it throughout all of Stormblood. It's just a Sharingan in my eyes.
A pity your hunt leads you elsewhere. Not that I am surprised.
Oh my god, that's actually just Xenos' voice. It's Xenos. This is where Xenos went. How did Xenos get in this man?
May you find joy in it. Grow stronger, more savage, and savor every triumph. In the meantime, I will reclaim that which is rightfully mine.
The Echo of the Sahagan. Oh my god, it's just Xenos. So Xenos has the ability to body hop, I guess. Okay. Still wondering if you need to put on a shirt. I never. When do dancers wear shirts? In the midst of a requiem for heroes, a voice rings out across time and space. In fields of tranquil light, sow you seeds of darkness. And performance dictates just water. Killing a girl and going, is she not chocolate? But I mean, I like this glam. I want a different top eventually outside the swimsuit top, but... You know what, chat? For your all's sake... Here, we put on a shirt. Happy? We put on a shirt. Fast. This is slightly more unique. I mean... I mean, it is technically like a more unique glam, quote-unquote, but... How's she supposed to get Ishgard in those pants? I mean, she went to Ishgard in a bikini top. But, I would have to see those pantlets. Hold on. No, I like the... You did it with Imric in the bikini top? I did not actually have, No, I could not type that with a straight face. But no, I actually did not have, dinner with Imric in the bikini short, or in the bikini top. We had dinner with Imric, in my actual Dragoon armor. Before I, like, actually had access to glam stuff. Like, I had no glams at that point in time. I was just in, like, straight up bulky armor as a Dragoon. But no, I could at the very least look into those pantlets, I guess, and just see if I like them or not. You ordered up for him. Listen, I couldn't, like, slim down. I bulked up. I had nothing at that point in time. But anyways, though. She needed some type of protection. Just in case. Listen, I don't know what he was packing, so I came prepared. I should kill any time. Exactly. But anyways, I think with that, since we've been going for 4 hours... Actually... I don't know. Do we want to start? And by start, I mean very much just start Shadowbringers. Or do we just call it a night on stream? Like, do you guys really want to see the start of Shadowbringers? Like, it'd be like the first quest, maybe. Because I don't mind to keep going. Like, I was going to say we can just start. Alright. There's a long cutscene. I mean, if it, like... Alright, fine. We'll do first cutscene. Just the first one, probably. Alright, we can do first cutscene. Or first quest. We'll do first quest, and then we'll probably call it a night. However, for that, I need to meet the level requirement, so we're back to the answer. Actually, you know what? Just while we're here before we start, I can show you guys what little glams we have. So, you guys have seen this plenty of times. The dancer glam. This is not final. I want to change this. I do need a different top, though, and I'll probably go with different pants as well. And probably different. I'll probably just change the glam minus the sleeves, because I really do like these sleeves. Oh, I see. Thank you for sending that, Lemon. I will take a look at that later. Yeah, you've seen the dancer glam. This is actually supposed to be for Red Mage, but I am rocking on my Dark Knight for now, just because I don't like a lot of, like, the current Dark Knight armor. But yeah, this will eventually just go on my Red Mage. Because that is my caster class of choice. The Dragoon... Oh yeah, so I guess you can say... So this armor pre-glam is actually what I wore for my dinner date with, Imric. But then I glammed it up with, the coffer that I wound up randomly getting. And I can probably say I didn't spend money on this, but I'm sad I didn't sell it. And then the astrology glam I've been looking. PvP armor that's skin tight. I actually need to look at like PvP stuff in general because I know there's a lot of really good PvP armor, and PvP is actually fun in my opinion. I really like the PvP stuff. But yeah, then I've been using this Astrology Glam. I like this a lot. This is based off something that a friend suggested to me. I still don't know about the headpiece, but I still think it's really cute. This is pretty. Yeah, I really love this dress on Coral. I think it's super pretty. And then the last, I mean, this isn't claimed yet, but for the Red Mage. If I never feels the Pride Flower. But no, I'm eventually, like, when I get, like, uglier Red Mage gear that I don't want to look at, that's when I'm gonna switch up for glams. But anyways, that's it for the glam stuff I realistically have. So you can wear one of the ribbon neck piece items. I have like the pink one, but yeah, like the pink one is just like for much use, basically like the little 40 armor sets. Yeah. I just don't have anything better as of right now, and I don't want to spend my poetics quite yet. So, anyways, let's go ahead and get started. White oak weapon coffer. We get a weapon coffer for this? Alright. Anyways, let's go ahead and just get started. But we'll do this quest, then we'll probably call it quits for the night. Good news, Quirrell. We've had a stroke of luck in our search for the beacon. Device for money making? You can preview weapon. Oh, I didn't know you could. You got augmented Scavian? Yeah, I have augmented Scavian on my dancer, but at the same time I have other classes too that I will probably eventually do something with. But okay, I'll keep that in mind. I'll look at the weapons though and see if I like them at all. But if I don't, then yeah, I can easily just sell it. And I don't mind picking up like actual high-end gear later for my other classes. Because I have like some story coffers for Dark Knight that I picked up. So I'll have like an item level of 370 for Dark Knight, which is fine. Like I don't need to add straight at 400 immediately, especially since I'm not playing the story as Dark Knight. And then like Astrologian, Dragoon, and Red Mage, I'll figure out later. By then I mean I'll probably actually spend poetics. Apparently our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollow. Those are on the base of the Crystal Tower. By that we'd ever found and how the Ironworks and the Suns not added their numbers to the party. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes plenty down there, checking out the rocks and peering into every nook and cranny. Still, also there's a lot of ground to cover. I mean, we better go down and give him a hand. My thoughts exactly. The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner you can travel to wherever this mysterious voice is coming from. And the sooner we can work out how to help our friends. We have to find a way to wake them up, and before the Empire comes calling again. Meaning we have no time to lose. There's a boat in South Silver Tier waiting to ferry people to the site. So let's be on our way. That guitar is just funny to me. God, I remember when these enemies used to look super scary to me. Take the boat to the survey site. Oh. No, they're not scared. They just like me. I mean, they'll be scary, quote unquote, again once I get like other classes at that point. Whenever I'm like not leveling main classes. I know, because at some point I want to start like leveling up other stuff, like besides like the main ones. But I have to actually level. I have to like actually level everything.
Look how many people there are.
Like we ain't level 80 dancer yet.
Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
Biggs! Wedge!
Aw, freaking Wedge.
Aye, aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions.
Can't wait to see him in endgame content. I'm probably gonna kill myself so much in endgame content, like I did with Suzaku, where despite the fact that we wiped twice, I killed myself twice.
Jesse called the chief for some other business, so we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Like, I accidentally, like...
Twice as hard, even.
Like, I was trying to click, the fan, but instead I accidentally kept clicking my dash button. So, like, it wasn't even, like, a content thing, because I knew what to do, and I figured out that, like, what to do in that fight. I just kept accidentally dashing into the center and falling to my death.
Thank you, both of you.
So...
We'll find that beacon in no time.
Yeah, that's just how I kept killing myself. I was like, well, I feel really stupid.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
I don't know why Wedge's voice gets me.
I could try if you like.
Oh, you know Wedge is gonna be like, I can't.
No, we couldn't ask you to do that.
Of course. Of course.
This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
Thank God I came back at the right time.
Sorry, I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in. What's that you got there?
Yeah, we got a gear.
Now that looks promising.
Isn't that the ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Now I have you.
Now I have.
You are right.
What's happening?
Stay with me.
And I really want to do the near content. I really want to do the near content.
Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
Throw at the gates. I mean, that's the part I wonder. Is it like... So assuming I'm correct about this being Graha. Graha was locked behind some gates. Because we closed the gates to the Crystal Tower. the key to the Smash League.
Oh, do not look at me, Sam.
Oh, Harshaphon, don't do that to me right now.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
Classic low-hanging fruit. Yeah, classic low-hanging fruit. How far the fuck you.
Your time has not yet come.
Hello, Minfilia. It's been a little bit. It sure is bright. I mean, it really is bright, and like we learned, our Warrior of Darkness's world was blighted out by too much light. So we kind of learned, hey, there has to be a balance of some sort. So it's not like, in theory, the Ascians are 100% wrong. Well, at least we got some nice, like, purplish paint. Well, that's more purple. That's more purple. We got some nice purple.
From endless dreams I awake.
Don't worry, Carl. That's me after a 6-hour stream.
Vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
Carl's inner monologue is male. They're really nice gloves. I'm looking forward to when I can not have them be black. That'll be a nice change. But considering I can't dye these pants. I'm guessing making the expansion dancer was designed for a thing. Wait, that's our friend!
To meet someone out here is not a peddler himself. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
Wait, hold on. Is that our friend? Is that our friend from the very beginning? Yeah, it's Trader Friend. God, I haven't seen Trader Friend in a long time. What do you mean, this time of night? Yeah, why you gotta fuck?
The oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk yet, he'd reply. Over 100
The trailer Bela.
years ago, that's when.
100 years ago?
You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. explains it then.
What got to what? Social Dark Knight dialogue like Dragoon Demon Sword. I almost wanted to play Dark Knight because of that.
We've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
The Crystar... I'm gonna be real, I was expecting like a AAA title to like kind of do that light shift where it's like, alright, now you play. Just wander around our open world area for a little bit, even though it's still tunneled. Also, God, wearing black here feels really weird.
The gleaming spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy. There, it will all begin anew. Between dark and light. The pure and the corrupt. The one true struggle.
You're just stressed to be the warrior of darkness, no big deal. Time to dye things white. I mean, I can't dye these pants. I can't dye these pants, I can't dye this top. Oh. Oh. Oh, I can't mount here. Okay. Are there enemies around? I see, like, nothing. I'm used to the game at least being like, hey, there's, like, an enemy here that you can, like, kind of fight. Maybe just here, but not yet? Also, I just noticed... Wait, never mind. I was thinking... Instance area on your first visit. Okay. The best of actually.
Halt.
Hello.
Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not.
That's an accent.
This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions.
What was the first answer? NPC? Oh, wait, what?
From where do you hail?
Let's prove that not all dances are naked. I mean, doesn't mean I can't be.
Do you take me for a fool? No such place exists.
Oh.
Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin, but instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass.
Well, there's a monster. Alright, Nan, thank you very much for stopping by. You have a good night.
That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand. Ring and all.
No, that monster's not just a normal monster. But It must have glowed on the whole hand ring and all? What does that mean? Are we wearing rings in this world or something that are like... Oh, he had one! I didn't even notice that detail. No, trainer friend!
Everything all right, Captain?
Oh!
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
A sin eater? A sin eater. Okay.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. But I see you've met my guest. I will escort her to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Look for I don't see a tail. But it could be under the coat.
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known. Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private.
Man, this is definitely a different start. Kinda wish they could hide their tails under their coats. I mean, you could in this case to avoid spoilers.
Right then. Before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons. I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you are still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief.
That's an I wish I could do that too. At times, same.
And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact.
Fuck. 13 reflect.
As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
I mean, yeah, but you kind of killed us all. I mean, I don't... Are they here?
That is a question with no simple answer. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you.
I mean, that's a yes or no kind of question.
The glaring skies up above. Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light. It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost. And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the first from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes.
So you call them the science?
The world of its champion, I had to try. For in saving the first, you would bring salvation to the source as well. But what host harangues his guests in the middle of the road. Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
So I guess this is why they're like, hey, Crystal Tower kind of needs to be done now and is not required of the story. Can you see the biggest city currently in 14? Will be Shadowbringers without Crystal Tower. It wasn't a requirement until like a year. Oh, jeez. That's actually kind of funny that you can miss like details like that.
Such a proud and vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol, a monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
Norvrant, the Crystarium. That's how I force most of us. Okay. Woo! This is a city. By the way, hope you like losing cash. Elaborate? You know what? What do you think? That's where I was going first. 99 teleports. Oh, I mean, I've already experienced some of that, so... The Aetherite is not responding. This is worse. Is it 4 digits? Like, that's the only way I see it being worse, because I've encountered 999 before. I just wonder. Let's just... How much is it to warn? Okay, it's 999. It'll always be... Ah, okay, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. There's only half of... But no, okay, that's fair enough. Here we are. Welcome, my friend, to the Crystarium. Shadowbringers Orchestrion roll. Can I... Well, I mean, either way. That is our first quest. And I think that's actually going to go ahead and do it. Also, hello, Ziv. And thank you for the congratulations. I do appreciate it. We are officially in Shadowbringers. And with that, that's going to go ahead and stream. So thank you all very much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. If you did, please hit the follow button if you haven't already. It really helps me out more than you know. We're so close to 200. I don't know if those 2 follows tonight... Okay, one of them already unfollowed. I wouldn't be surprised if the other one unfollows as well. So we're like 3 or 4 follows away, depending if this other person unfollows or not. And like I talked about Stormblood story, but Stormblood story has so far been my favorite. Might have been your bans. I didn't ban though, that's the thing, but either way, like, we're almost there. We're almost there to 200, and we have technically at this point a little... We're starting the last month towards over here officially. Yeah, if you looked at your saw, please hit the follow button. It really helps me out more than you know. We're almost at 200. If you want to financially support me in the stream, please consider hitting the subscribe button. Oh. And Zach with a tier 1 gift sub. Thank you very much, my dude. I appreciate it. Kyla, welcome back to the Water Gang. Thanks, Zach, for the sub. Enjoy those emotes. It's just their names as well. There's a celebration for getting to shut up fingers. Thank you very much, Zach. I appreciate it. But yeah, if you want to financially support me in the stream, please consider subbing. If you have Amazon Prime, you get 1 free sub a month. You don't have to use it on me, but please use it on your favorite streamer. It helps us out. Hello, Miss Chandler. I see you came by to tell us congratulations. Hello, Katie. I'll be with you in a second. If you want to hop into the Discord, here is a link for you all. Oh yeah, you get badges for... Oh right, because Zach, you are tied now for 3rd place. She can't eat for another hour. Yeah, she's gotta wait. She knows she's gotta wait, but she's gonna try and get food out of me anyways. Like Stormblood Shuttle bringing something. I'm hoping so. But yeah, I guess that's more or less it. So thank you all very much, and guess we're done for now. So, air quotes tomorrow being Sunday. We will probably be back for some Fire Emblem Heroes. Monday should be Cyber Sleuth, assuming I stream. And I guess that's it for now. So thank you all very much for watching. None of my friends are streaming. I guess I'm just ending stream. Alright. Thank you all very much for stopping by. You all have a good night. And thank you all again for the support. Aw, Chandler, did you want to say goodbye to... I don't know if you can hear her little meows or not, but Chandler's meowing to say goodbye too, chat, so... Alright, we'll be leaving now. Goodbye.